the new Modus Super Series champion.
Oh my word!
It's another incredible moment tonight.
Jeff Smith!
It's matched out.
5-star performer.
Ball for big fish.
It's
Jack Drayton!
Well, it's certainly hotting up here on the south coast of England, and Group C is about to get underway on this Thursday afternoon. So welcome along to the action. You're joining us here from the Modus Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Yeah, it really is hot here on the south coast. Temperatures expected to top around about the 30-degree mark. So it's all about keeping cool for the 6 players that are in action over the course of this afternoon. And we do have some fiery characters in action, the likes of John O'Shea, the likes of Kevin Painter in there as well. We are certainly going to be royally entertained. We're going to be watching all the action in the company of the asset Paul Nicholson between now and the remainder of the week. And actually, when you look at this Group C, you look at the players that are involved in it, they'll all think of this as a real opportunity. There's no one that really stands out from the others, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, I think earlier in the week, I think there were a couple of candidates for us where we thought they're probably going to win Group A. But as far as Group C is concerned this afternoon, I don't think there's a name that really stands out. There are a lot of reputations on the line over the course of the next 2 sessions because Group B's got some reputations up there as well. But it's not about reputation, it's about how you're playing now, and that's where the question marks begin.
Well, Group A was won by Lewis Pride yesterday afternoon. Now, because of what other players have done and the headlines they've got, the limelight they've got, I feel like what Lewis Pride's been doing over the last 6 months or so has really gone under the radar.
Yeah, up until about 2 o'clock yesterday. Now that he's won a Group A here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, I think Grizzly is someone who we will firmly put on the radar. I am not surprised to see him win because on Saturday night I was having a conversation with some of our colleagues here and I said this guy, he really has got the capabilities to do something this week. And now that he's got 2 days off to get fresh for a Saturday night tilt, he's done really well to win 12 games, better than anybody else.
And he won it by 4 points as well from the former champion Scott Taylor in second. Carl Wilson we'll see later on this evening as well in Group B. But the bottom 3 you see there, they're going to be involved in Group C this afternoon. We'll come to that in a second. But just a quick look at what we're going to see tonight in Group B because the former champion Scott Taylor is going to be there and the former world champion Richie Burnett will be in action. And that gets underway from 10 p.m. this evening live here on Pluto TV. But as far as this afternoon is concerned, we've got a former global champion in Devon Peterson joining Adrian Gray, joining Minter Hibner, James Markov, John O'Shea and Kevin Painter, who we've had some intel from our friend and colleague Matthew Edgar. He's been spending a bit of time with Kev and he's saying that things are in the right direction now for Kev. Things are just beginning to move in the right ways.
Well, that's a nice thing to hear, isn't it? Because when Kevin was here the last couple of times, we weren't sure how many invites he was going to get based on recent form. Because we know he doesn't play professionally anymore. He's a designated amateur player and an exhibitionist. So as far as I'm concerned, I think maybe 2026 was going to be the last we would see of him here at the Live Lounge. But if he's doing extra work with somebody else like Matthew Edgar and he's gaining a bit of form, if he has a big run this week, we might be seeing him for a while.
Right, let's have a look at the odds. John O'Shea goes off as the favourite at 7-4. No, sorry, the 2-1 favourite, shall I say. There's no real surprises he's the favourite in the betting, really, is there?
No, I don't think so. John is a weekly winner. He's an international pairs winner as well. He loves playing on this stage. I think this afternoon is about 2 things. I think it's about how John plays and it's how everybody else handles the heat. I've already spoken to Adrian Gray this morning. He's understood the last 3 days have been very hot out there. I see him as the value at 3rd favourite, but it's about conditions and form and maybe both.
Right, it's lucky for us we're in air conditioning today. 18 plus, gambletheway.org if you can have a flutter on the Super Series. Right, the action is about to get underway here in Group C. John O'Shea and Devon Peterson is about to kick the afternoon's action off.
1-5-2 for Gray, and that's a perfect start. Can he find another? He can. Sets himself again, double 16. Oh, what a shot.
The third leg. Shot on the
Finds
fifth
the
leg.
target,
Devon
finds the
Peterson.
double 8. 167 would be lovely. And it's on. It's the bullseye. Oh, what a
shot on the second leg. Mighty
from
Hipma.
Hipma.
Control what you can control. Kevin Painter's controlling this well. Another one of those. Wow.
Game shot on the fourth leg, Kevin
Where
Painter.
did that come from?
To return to Champions Week.
Go!
And at long last, John O'Shea is a weekly winner.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Joker, John O'Shea!
And so this Thursday afternoon here at the Live Lounge is brimming with tungsten delights. It is frivolously hot here on the south coast of England, and this is what we have to look forward to over the course of the next couple of days. Group C is what we're going to be seeing in the afternoon session. Group B is what we're going to be watching tonight, and we're going to kick off with Devon Peterson and John O'Shea in action, a meeting between South Africa and the Republic of Ireland respectively. Peterson, the inaugural ADC Global Champion, up against O'Shea, a former World Master in his own right. Back in 2019 he picked up that particular trophy, and as a winner of the international pairs as well, a former weekly winner. He's achieved a lot in this building, but despite being in his 50s, there's still an appetite for there to be more. As for Devon Peterson, there's nobody that tries to eke out little 1% more than he does. Fortunately for this week, it hasn't quite gone to plan. John O'Shea now 50 years of age, passing the big 5-0 from Cork in Ireland, former weekly winner back in Series 11, up against Devon Peterson, who's hit the big 4-0 from Mitchell's Plain in South Africa, and his weekly win came around about this time last year in Series 10, Week 8. But since that weekly win, things have gone a little bit quiet for Dev. Anton Mays will take charge of all 25 games that we are going to be bringing to you here on Pluto TV on this Thursday afternoon. And so it's John O'Shea to get us started. Now, I had a little bit of a chat with John before the session got underway this morning, and you will see some differences. There's a change in terms of grip point. He's been working on his game. Now, he's lost a lot of weight recently, has John. And one of the difficulties in when you shed those pounds is actually trying to find something that works for you. Where for Devon Peterson, I don't know what's changed overnight, but he's piled in a 180 to start.
So what you're saying is, because of a lifestyle change for John, he's had to change his game. Not necessarily what has happened for some others over the years. I mean, Gerwin Price has lost 3 stone.
91.
Chris Dobie's lost a bit of weight. You don't see a great deal of change with those guys, but John has made a conscious decision that his game needs to evolve.
58.
Over the next 2 days, let's find out if it's working.
Well, it was a case of trial and error when he played at the International Pairs Tournament alongside Conor Heenahan. That was around about May time. We haven't seen him since. So a couple of months he's had to kind of lock himself away and try and put things right. And as he was saying, yes, he's still got that burning ambition to win, but he's using this as a real litmus test to see where his game is at. For Peterson, he's got 6 against the throw here to get an opening leg break. And you get the sense for Devon that the way things went in Group A, he could do with a positive start just to make himself feel better.
You said that Devon is one of those players who looks for the 1% here and 1% there. I hate to be brutal. He's probably going to need about 10%,
110.
if not more, over the next couple of afternoons to get into another Saturday.
43. John, you require 106.
10% different from Group A to Group C. That doesn't happen. That's not going to happen either.
58. Devon, you require 67.
And so Peterson looking to kick things off with 67. Double top.
47. John, you require 48.
A double 8 is slightly awkward.
40.
Tries to sail it over
Devon, you
and
require
doesn't find the
20.
target. So Peterson goes to the other side of the board.
Game shot on the first leg. Devon Peterson.
The double 10 is found, and Devon Peterson gets his afternoon off to the perfect
Second leg
start.
is Devon to throw first. Game on.
Well, let's be honest. He averaged just shy of 77 for 15 games at the start of the week.
140.
It started well in leg 1. And that was his biggest weapon when he was at his peak in 2020.
100.
Now, you can see what you like about Devon's career. He's got a PDC title, which was on the European Tour. He's got the ADC Global.
140.
That can't be taken away. But you and I both know Henry. He is his own worst enemy.
58.
He experiments too much. Just when you think he's cracked it, he tries something else. He's got to get on one road to find something that works. He's got to
41.
keep doing it. Not for 6 weeks. He's got to do it for 6 months. Minimum.
140.
I think part of the problem is when you look at Devon's career and things he's achieved, they've all come in bursts.
Correct. When he was winning that title in 2020,
36.
around about that time, he's the best player in the world. He was the best player on the planet for about 6 weeks.
And could have probably should have won the
Devon, you
European
require
Championships that year.
144.
So he looks at 144 here to double his lead in this particular contest. That's not to be, and so O'Shea, outside charts, but
82.
I have to say, he's got off
John,
to
you
a
require
real sluggish
158.
start. Scoring's been nowhere near it up to press, which has given Peterson the opportunity to open up a 2-leg lead without
98.
really going out of any kind of
Devon,
bells
you
and
require
whistles up to
62.
press.
Double 16. That
Game
is
shot
very
on the
good.
Second leg, Devon Peterson.
He is throwing those darts
Third leg is
extremely
John
hard,
to
isn't
throw
he?
first. Game on.
We can explain why. This is something that happened the last time he was here. Look at the angle of the dart in his hand
85.
as it is up to the set position. The point is slightly downward. It's at the same
100.
sort of set position angle as Michael van Gerwen. You might think that is a good comparison.
140.
But that is something that has happened to Michael and Devon over the years. Gradually, instead of the dart pointing at the board
60.
and at the target, it's actually pointing south of target, which means they've got to throw it a little bit harder.
Well, I remember speaking to Devon just
140.
before Christmas, and he said when he was playing his best darts, it was because he was working out in the gym. He was a little bit stockier. So
100.
as a byproduct of
John, you
that,
require 136.
as you can see, is a more lean and mean Devon machine on the stage now than perhaps what we've seen over the last couple of years or so.
I hate to be a skeptic, but that's not true.
60.
That's not true. When he was playing his best darts, he had good rhythm, he had a great set position, he had good checkpoints. End of story.
22.
It had nothing
John, you
to do with
require
the gym.
76.
It's double 8. Awkward. Very good
Game shot on
fight.
the third leg.
And John O'Shea gets himself
is
back
Devon
into the
to throw
contest, but the
first.
problem is he
Game
needs to find a break at some point.
Let's put this straight then, because some people have a lifestyle change and their
43.
form rockets. Luke Humphries is the perfect example of that in the 2020s. Did his form change? Actually, it didn't.
58.
His endurance improved. He was a better tournament player because he could play his darts later in the day after 4 or 5 matches better.
100.
You don't become a better dart player because of the gym. you become a better dart player because of good use of the mind, good technique, and then you do the right things away from the board.
100.
Although I do want to ask you this, because you've been in positions, I suppose, akin to Devon, where you've had a lot of success, and then we saw, would it be fair to say, a
55.
tail off over a number of years?
Yep.
And I remember you were saying in interviews how you had tried to search and discover something. When you were going through that
43.
process, was there a period where you look back at, say, 09, 10, when you were at the pomp of your powers and you're trying to compare to that? Or were you trying to find something different within your game now?
171.
I was trying to be the best player as I was then, at that time. If I was going to mount a comeback right now, I'd try and be the best player I am now. Not trying not to be the same
Devon, you
person
require
as 2009
132.
or 2010. Devon, if he's searching for 2020, he's not going to find it. He's not.
60.
He needs to find the best version of himself in 2026. It's like Rory McIlroy's not going to try and find 2014. He's trying to find 2026.
123.
And he's done a rather good
Devon,
job
you
of it.
require 72.
So 72 here to move to clear. Double top. But my word, this is precarious.
32. John, you require 81.
My question is, was he going for the treble 12? And if he was, why? Well, we know where John O'Shea is going. He's going for the double 12. And
69.
he can't find the 12.
Devon, you require 40.
Well, luckily for Devon, now he's got an open target to aim at.
Game shot
I
on the
managed to
fourth
find
leg.
the tops. I just
Devon
wondered a
Peterson.
visit before whether 16 would have been
Fifth
the
leg is
sensible
John
play,
to
knowing
throw
there wasn't
first.
the
Game on.
20 could have caught, and if you hit the single 12, then double top was going to be obscured.
I know we're only 4 legs in, but this
57.
output from Devon is the same as Group A. So if this is what he is now, if he's a 77 average player, is that good enough to get through Group C
100.
this week? I do not believe that is the case. So he still has to find a little bit more than what he did the last 3 days.
140.
Not very often someone qualifies in the top 2 spots in Group C, averaging under 80.
100.
I suppose that the counterpoint to that is if he's going to play in that kind of vein, what he's going to have to do is when he's in finishing range, he is going to have to take time and time and time again.
100.
Great point. You can average 77, but imagine if your doubles are at 65 to 70% for 2 days.
Well, let's bring back the Pax factor, shall we?
60.
When 2 years ago, Adam Paxton, his scoring wasn't great, but it was 50% on his doubling both the days, and that was why he got through that Group C, which he did en route to winning that week that he
79.
did.
And you can't take that weekly win away from him. Just like we can't take the weekly win away from Devon. Because when he won that, he played
100.
exceedingly well.
John, you require 125.
Well, they used to stay in the contest. 109 left that sailed way off to the left. And so Peterson, yes, it's an outside chance, but a chance nonetheless to get the afternoon
95.
up and running
Devon, you
perfectly
require
from his perspective.
141.
Off the cards. But John O'Shea's missed 5 at a double in this game. There's no guarantees he's going to take out this double 15.
42.
But
John, you
Peterson,
require
by
30.
hitting the single 18, has left himself on 99. Not the best darts mass there.
No score. Devon, you require
Sorry,
99.
Devon, I'm going to agree with Henry. That was silly. So he's probably going to hit it. Of course he's going to hit it.
And a match. Devon
Touche,
Peterson.
Devon. What a great shot that is. Yes, maybe you did make a mathematical error in leaving 99, but it's 99 that gives you the 4-1 victory over John O'Shea by 4 legs to 1.
Welcome back to the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Before the break, we saw Devon Peterson get his first win on this Thursday afternoon at the Modus Super Series. A 4-1 success against John O'Shea, averaged just under 79 and wrapped up with a 99. My word, would I want one of them in this heat. Second up to the hockey, Kevin Painter and Adrian Gray. Two old adversaries going head-to-head. We'll tell you a little bit more about their battles in due course. Well, always good to see Kev here at the Live Lounge. Twice a weekly runner-up in the past, taking on Adrian Gray himself, a two-time weekly runner-up. So two players who knows exactly what it's like to get to the thick end of a week, but not yet knowing what it's like to taste success on the Live Lounge stage. For Kevin, we know about his trials and tribulations the last couple of years or so on the hockey, but I suppose source of research doesn't get more in depth than a Matthew Edgar voice note on WhatsApp. But that is exactly the kind of intel that we've got about Kev going into this one, because
First leg is Kevin.
Kev and Matt have been spending a bit of time together and been playing a lot together, playing long burst sessions, 2-3 hours at a time. And Matt's telling us that Kevin's game is in a better place. He's feeling good about himself. And yes, of course, there's still the odd moment here and there. There's a lot more fluency in his game than perhaps there was about 3, 4, 5 months ago. And that can only be a good thing.
I agree with that. But what Matt has done is he's put himself on the chopping block because he believes that Kevin's going to do something. If he does it, he'll look like a genius.
140.
If he doesn't, back to the practice board. Well, the start is rather useful. 2 140s from Kevin, and he's using equipment that looks, well, I'm going to say
100.
Correct for him. Pear-shaped flights, shorter stem. When he was playing his best darts, this is what he was using.
Well, Kevin Painter's almost playing darts in a back-to-the-future type fashion because
44.
He's going back to stuff that he knows of well, but stuff that he recognises with good times. And for Kevin, this present moment in time, it's about filling his mind up with as much positivity as possible. As Adrian Gray piles in a max, that won't help.
This could be a really good game. Two very big reputations.
44.
That span back
Adrian, you require
20
161.
to 35 years. He's going to have to go to the bull now. Well, I do believe that hit the flight on the way through.
Kevin, you require 133.
So Painter here looking at 133. So I'm going to take that. Adrian needing just the one triple here to give himself a poke with the bullseye when he comes back. There's only 4 left for Kev. Thinking about his options. I think he's just double checking what he has hit.
That's worked out pretty well.
Adrian, you require 121.
Just imagine if Adrian had landed a dart in the previous visit, this would be a little bit smaller. Well, well, well. Little old double 5. And what a beautiful thing that was. Giving it the full Darius and a 1-0 lead.
Second leg is Adrian to throw first.
It starts like that, and Kevin's already smiling.
How's your luck?
You can't say that after one leg. You can't say that after one leg.
I'm sure Kev is.
Oh, come on, these guys
81.
have been going at it for years on the dartboard. They've even played at the World Match Play 19 years ago.
90.
Please fill us in with some more information.
Yeah, it was round 1. Adrian qualified on the qualifying side of the draw, the non-seeded side, and Kevin was number 16 seed, courtesy of his world ranking at the time. As everybody knows, it is first to 10 in the first round of the World Match Play. But Kevin won 12-10 because it went to extra legs. Kevin made it through to the
83.
second round, and he would, because he was number 16 seed, run into Phil Taylor. But that was one of the rare years around then that Phil didn't win. That was the year where James Wade
55.
announced himself to the PDC as a major champion, beating Terry Jenkins in the final.
The immortal words of the late great Dave Lanning, a new young
81.
superstar in the darting stratosphere.
And he's played at the match play every year since.
And has made a whole host of finals, including last year. Adrian Gray starting on the 25 there, which means he can just play about on the 20 to try and leave himself on a finish. Needed a couple of trebles to
65.
do so. But painting him in a decent position to try and break back, needing just the one treble to leave himself on a finish. And that is sat rather invitingly. I'm liking what I'm seeing from Kev so far. I get it's early days, but this looks like a step in the right direction.
Yeah, it definitely does. Matthew Edgar is not stupid. He's very astute. He wouldn't say
60.
something if it wasn't
Kevin, you
true.
require 67.
And there's the snarl. The competitiveness has never ever been in doubt.
Gage
And look
on
at the
second
conversion off
leg,
the back of
Kevin
the
Painter.
maximum. This looks good.
Third leg is Kevin to throw first.
He's not even wearing an Ipswich coloured shirt
Game
today.
on.
What's going on, Kev?
World Cup's on. You don't wear club colours. You know the rules, Nico.
I didn't know that rule.
Yes, when England play the World Cup, you ditch the club colours. Rule number 1.
Who made that rule up?
56.
If you go to an international football match, you do not wear your club's colours. It's just an unwritten no-no.
So it's not a rule.
It's an unwritten rule. It's like a Natasha Bedingfield rule.
So it's not a rule.
100.
It's unwritten.
140.
You're a complex human being, aren't you?
Takes one to know one.
You're not wrong. I'm pretty sure I've seen club colours during the World Cup.
And it's still wrong.
And that means that John O'Shea, for example, can't wear his international shirt
180.
during a regulation Modus Super Series week. So, yeah, good luck telling John that.
Yeah, I'm not that brave.
60.
No, we've been treated to 3 180s in this game so far. It's not the quickest, but then it never is with Kevin and Adrian. They're more deliberate.
41.
But there's definitely a hint of quality in this one. Let's be honest. This, so far this week, is not living up to
45.
last week. Last week, there was a barrage of ton plus averages. So far this week, we've had one from Scott Taylor, and he has had the second best average as well. You'll see him tonight, live on Pluto TV from 10 p.m.
However, my counter-argument to that is last week we had players that we knew were
84.
presently in good form. Whereas you look at the players here, we know what they're capable of, but that form guide is based off previous and their past as opposed to the present.
Yeah, it's based on reputation. It's not based
58.
on
Adrian, you require 96.
wins in the last 6 months. And one of the reasons that Adrian is here is because he is a 2-time finalist. He's been really close to making Champions Week.
88.
He's had to wait a long time to
And you require
return here. We'll tell you a
142.
little bit more about that in the next leg as Kev looks at 142 to get his nose in front for the first time. Now, for someone like Kev, the pauses will be in this position. However, this could be perfect. This could be perfect. That is absolutely perfect from Kev.
Kevin Painter.
Oh, Matthew Edgar, what have you
Full
done
flex
to him?
Adrian to throw first. Game on.
Oh, what have you done to him? That's not like him. That's more of a Scott Williams thing to do.
There would have been a time if someone did that against him, he would have had the right hump.
Yes, it's 2026. It's not 2006 anymore. The rule is there are no rules.
54.
I get the sense we're going to have some fun watching Kev the next couple of days.
A confident Kevin Painter is a very watchable one.
Anyway, back to Adrian Gray. As I say, long time between drinks for him. Now, he lost in the final of week 12 in the previous series to Jamai van den Hiddik. And so, since then, since the Champions Week, since the International Players Special, he's had to wait nearly 3 months to get back here.
Yeah, but he doesn't mind playing late in the series. When he made a final against Marvin van Velsen in Series 8, that was really late as well.
100.
And look, we mentioned it before, this is probably, if you could pick a time slot to play in, it's probably this point in the series where you want to. Week 10, week 11, where you know you're in form. If you win a week, you can go away for a week, come back
Adrian, you require
and make an assault for the 25k.
Yeah, I think if I had the choice, I'd pick week 11. He's definitely going to persevere on the 51 first on 1-2-1. Not many would.
89.
That's like that dart dropped out of the sky. What a shot that was.
Knit to one pearl one, considering the
131.
clang off the flight
Adrian,
a couple
you
of legs
require
ago.
32.
Well, this to square the game up at 2 apiece. Double 16 left after 12. Well, now he's going to have to traverse to double 9. I was going to say, he could fall into some difficulties if he went inside, but perfectly pitched. And we're back on level terms at 2 apiece.
I'm not sure Kevin saw that. It's probably good that he didn't. Adrian didn't average over 80 the first 3 days, just like Devin Peterson. But this is so much better.
97.
I'm convinced that he is more of a later in the day player. We've seen it in Group C before. He's won Group Cs. He's been to finals on Saturday nights. He's probably just like Chaz Barstow. He's a night owl. Or at least an afternoon owl. He's just not a morning dart player.
Well, as you can see, the leg by leg there, decent game. 3 of the 4.
100.
There's been one in 5 visit range, and the one that wasn't was one with a 142 checkout. But players averaging just underneath the 90 mark as we head towards the midway point of the game.
100.
If there was one word to describe this game so far, it would be tidy. We've not had the champagne and stardust, 54. But we've not seen any spit and sawdust at the same time.
If Adrian wasn't here,
55.
He'd probably be covered in something like sawdust because he's a carpet fitter, isn't he? He's got his own business. Gives him the flexibility of playing darts whenever and wherever he decides to go. He is both a steel and soft tip player if he wants to be. But over the last couple of years, he's focused a little bit more on steel tip because of the influx
60.
of ADC stuff and the local rivalries he's had in East Sussex with people like Carl Wilson. That has revitalised his love for the steel tip game.
43.
But his biggest titles have come in soft tip. I actually think he's a better player than his CV
85.
tells us in both codes.
But it's part of the gaps, perhaps the fact that he's traversed in both. So because he hasn't committed to one or the other, maybe he's not got the full output on either side.
I disagree
100.
because you look at Boris Krujma.
105.
He's been able to do it on both sides. Oh, that's rather... Well, Kevin, that's very pretty. Just for a second, I thought he might go for the 5. Well, why go for the 5 when he can hit tops on another combination to make it 3-2?
3 from 3 on the outer ring for Kev.
Off.
He is fancying it.
Henry, I like it. But it comes with a but.
95.
That kind of intensity Does that suit playing 5 games a day? Now, if you look at Kevin's career, look at where he
60.
had success, his best runs, I do believe that he is a 1 game a day specialist. I think he can intensify
58.
for any format, but 1 game per day. World Grand Prix, World Match Play, World Championship. I think that was his strength. I think it still is. And the reason for that is he's very intense. That intensity sometimes dwindles as the day goes on. As a result of that, gets tired. So that intensity has got to be measured very well throughout the course of Thursday and Friday to succeed.
59.
But as we both know, Kev is not going to change for anyone or anything. It's the way that he plays, and it's what served him so well over the years. I suppose the irony is despite the fact he had a very good record, as you say, at the World Championship, the World Grand Prix Ital, it was the Players' Championship Finals, a
59.
weekend event, which is where he had his major breakthrough.
Very true. And if you re-watch that tournament, it felt like a perfect storm.
95.
Sometimes you need that where everything seems to work. Everything clicks. Added to that, he could have been beaten in the semi-finals by Scott Rand.
Ah, yes, Scott Rand, the original
41.
cool hand. They were the days. Scott Rand,
97.
Mark Walsh, Mark Hilton, Dennis Ovens. Yes, I'm a 2010s, early 2010s kind of darts nerd.
When you were
100.
8.
Yes, yes. I was in primary school when you
are
won the Players'
reminiscing-
Championship.
You are reminiscing about darts from when you were... before you went to high school. Interesting.
Yes.
Well, you must love this game.
Oh, this is perfect. Perfect for a hipster like me. As I say, I was in year 5 of school when you picked up the Players' Championship.
44.
Year 6 when Kev
Adrian
did.
Uruguay 148.
Well, as the game's gone on, have you noticed that Kevin has become a bit more deliberate with getting the first dart out of his hand? We know he struggled with dartitis.
85. Kevin, you require 146.
If you still have symptoms of it, it tends to get worse as a game gets closer to the end.
However, what I will say, the fact that he's in a position like this early on in the day will help him going forward, because
58.
sometimes when it comes to things like this, once you've been
Adrian,
involved
you
in a
require
situation, you
63.
kind of, irrespective of which way, you know how to sort of deal with it. When it comes to the next time, you're able to deal with the process a lot easier.
Oh, we really hope that he's able to deal with it.
51.
He will definitely want to get this one to start
Kevin,
with a
you
win,
require 88.
just like Devin Peterson. He can still do it. 18 bull. Do you need me to tell you how he feels?
$40. Adrian, you require
So
12.
double 6 to take us all the way to a last leg decider. Double 3.
9.
The double 6 was close.
Kevin, you require
The
48.
other two were not.
Well, he's not missed a dart at a double in this contest. He's missed 1 to win the game. And he's now missed
16.
2.
You and I both
Adrian, you
know that
require 3.
his top shooting in this game was so precise, yet he decided to leave double 16. Well, this is awkward. He can't hit the flight this time,
1.
because that's what happens. Painter
Kevin, you
decides to leave
require
32 because
32.
that's his plan.
Double 8. Double 4.
Game
Is
shot.
found
And
to
match,
seal a
Kevin
4-2
Painter.
win to kick his day off. Started really brightly, did the artist. Adrian Gray was able to work his way back into the contest, but Painter's brilliant finishing, coupled up with 2 from 11 on the outer ring from his opponent, was the key component to his 4-2 win to kick off his Thursday afternoon session. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. And before the break, we saw Kevin Painter get his campaign up and running with a 4-2 win over Adrian Gray. 2 ton plus checkouts, including a 1-4-2 en route to that win. Game 3, a meeting between Minter Hibmer, and he takes on James Marcroft in the final game from the first round's worth of matches. Marcroft, the southpaw from Connors Key, right on the English-Welsh border, up against Hibmer, the 26-year-old from Oostende in the Netherlands, making his debut here, where there was some impressive showings in Group A. Certainly kept his neck above water in that group, so much so that the bookies have got him as second favourite, 11-4 to go on and win this group. Well, we did say at the beginning of the programme that
First leg is
there's
James
a
to throw
sense of
first.
opportunity knocks about this Group C.
Game on.
And maybe these two might well feel like the two that certainly feel as if they've got a chance of making it through to Saturday on D. But
81.
first things first, before we get this game started, what is in James Marcroft's right pocket?
58.
What is that?
It's actually quite hard to recognise because he throws so
60.
fast. You are aware that dart players are extremely superstitious.
Yes.
100.
I wouldn't be surprised if it's something along those lines. We're going to have to do some digging on that regard.
100.
But he is very quick, isn't he? He's from a part of the country that allows him to play around Merseyside and North Wales.
140.
There are world-class players all around that part of the world. People like Mark Webster, Martin Phillips,
40.
Anastasia de Bromislova. And don't get me started on Liverpool and St Helens. We'll be here all day.
Well, James is in a part of the world
58.
where if he wanted to, he could be both the Welsh and English ADC #1 if he A, had the time and B, was good enough simultaneously.
134. Might you require 145?
Yeah, it doesn't work that way, does it? That's useful.
97. James, you require 86.
He could have left himself on a double Hibmat. 88. And no
Game,
messing
first
on
leg,
debut.
James Marcroft.
Marcroft
Second leg is
doing
Mighty to
very
throw
good
first.
things.
Game on.
I don't want to speculate what's in his pocket. Is it a dart case? Is it a pair of socks? I don't know.
28.
Is it a box of tricks?
Maybe he's a part-time magician.
134.
And he's going to have to magic a sponsors patch back onto his shirt.
Yes, it's so warm that the sponsor patches are melting.
97.
That's why a lot of players now decide to, when they know what tournaments they're playing in, they know what sponsor's going to be on the shirt, they have a customized shirt where everything's
83.
already emblazoned and embroidered on there.
That's what you've got to do. It's not like these guys are going to be invited
89.
with just a few days' notice. They know months in advance. So be prepared.
45.
For example, earlier this week, Raymond van Barneveld played on the Pro Tour and
45.
his suitcase didn't arrive. You can't prepare for that. But if you're coming to Portsmouth by car,
83.
you can get your dart shirt ready, can't you? If you've got a few months.
58.
I think
James, you require
the
156.
sticky patch days are over. I think we need a bit more like tennis and golf where they're more permanent. Like this.
120.
This guy's useful. We like quick players, but we like good players. And he's both.
Well, I was having a extended
80.
conversation with
James, you
somebody
require
that we see a lot here
36.
play at the Super Series last night. And as Marcroft finds the
Shot on
double
second
nine,
leg, James Marcroft.
said person's assessment of James
Third leg is
Marcroft
James to
is
throw first.
look out for him because he's somebody
Game
that,
on.
in terms of level, he may not hit the stratospheric heights, but will be consistent enough to cause problems. He's causing some problems.
140.
I'm wondering why you can't mention who it was, because you've told us everything else apart from their waist size, their postcode, and what colour
60.
underwear they're wearing today.
My sources remain anonymous.
100.
You go into Henry's cupboard. The only source you'll find in there is anonymous ketchup.
I'll just do what they did at the World Cup and I just tape over the brand name.
85.
Yeah, fair to say that Hibma comes into this group having played some pretty decent stuff.
60.
Yes, he's in Group C, but he won 7 of his 15 games. Pretty close to winning 50-50.
58.
That's not a terrible Group A campaign. But Marcroft is circling him like a shark,
100.
and he's waiting to bite.
101 left after 12 to move himself 3-0 to the good.
96.
And he is playing to the type of
James,
standard that is going to, in Group
101.
C, win your games. 18-18, 6 visit legs. Yes, sometimes you might have to improve, but it's good enough in this format, at this level,
49.
in this kind of group.
And considering the World Cup's on, should we call him James Marcroft?
45.
Colombia out though,
James
aren't they?
Uruguay 52.
Double 16. He's a bit of a
20.
live wire. He's quite bumpy and
90
jumpy.
Uruguay 157.
Likes to get on with it. Well, he's had a big finish this week, and he's not going to get another one.
97.
In fact, he does have the biggest finish
James
this week at
Uruguay
167.
32.
2 8s to
Game
make
shot on the
it 3
third
zip.
leg. James Marcroft.
Well,
Fourth leg is
you
Monty
mentioned
to
the
throw
Football World
first.
Cup, but doesn't
Game
Mind
on.
to Hibner remind you a little bit of the former Uruguayan player Diego Forlan?
No, he reminds me of Richard Veenstra. I
24.
think they've got the same barber.
Yeah, Trina made that point on Tuesday when I was sat with her.
57.
I reckon Forlan's closer to Veenstra, though.
60.
I didn't know Diego Forlan had curly hair.
100.
I see what you mean, though. He's got the same sort of
58.
facial expressions, same kind of jawline.
60.
I'm not sure he's going to score in this game, the way things are going.
Sure, fans of Fulham will not want
100.
to hear about Diego Forlan at all. Famously scored the winner for Atletico Madrid in the Europa League final against them in Hamburg in 2010.
43. 59.
Well, this is an opportunity for Marcroft to get over the line by 4-0 on debut. And he's running for the line.
140.
On his doubling, he's okay at 3 out of 10. But read into that what you will, because he's had
James
10 darts at double.
101.
Hibner hasn't had any.
And he may not get any if the German 19 went, not to be.
49.
So
Manchester
going to have an opportunity to keep himself afloat just about in this contest.
Game shot on the fourth
First
leg.
opportunity at a double is duly
Fifth leg
taken.
is James to
Back
throw
to
first.
3-1, but
Game on.
Markov with an opportunity here on throw to get it wrapped up. We'll get 2 opportunities if he needs them to serve this match out, but will not want the second
100.
of them because it means the game would go all the way to a last leg decider.
140.
Apparently, the name Hibner derives from
81.
the West Frisian area of the Netherlands. Well, Friesland is very famous for Danny Noppert. But apparently, the
64.
surname comes from the personal name Hibbo. So, based on that, that's what we're going to call him the rest of the week. He's just Hibbo. Be a very popular nickname
95.
in Australia. That's what they'd call you.
60.
Well, Marcos left himself and Shanghai to win this match. Realistically, Hipman needs definitely a treble now. Probably could have done with 2, to be perfectly honest. But
120.
this, to get it wrapped up, it's been a decent opening display. Just a couple of wobbles as the
44.
finishing line has
105.
approached.
Chance to stay in the game, but it didn't last long.
57. James
This is to
Uruguay
end it.
76.
Keep things simple.
Game shot. And a
Simple
match,
as that.
James Markroft.
And that 76 seals a 4-1 win for James Markroft. The debutant is off the mark here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It was a decent display. We'll probably need to find a couple of levels higher, but it will take it for starters. He gets his debut underway with a 4-1 win over Mainter Hibner. So we're 3 games down, first round down here on this Thursday afternoon at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And before the break, we saw James Markroft get the better of Mainter Hibner by 4 legs to 1. Game 4, a meeting between Devon Peterson and Kevin Painter. And the winner of this will be the first player on to 4 points in the group. Now, following the first round's worth of play, it's actually the 3 outsiders that trump the 3 favourites in terms of the betting. So John O'Shea, Mainter Hibner and Adrian Gray, who are the top 3 in terms of the bookies odds at the beginning of play to top the group. And granted, yes, we're only 1 round in.
First leg
But
is
they were the
Devon
3
to
players
throw
that lost their
first.
opening game, whilst the
Game on.
3 perceived outsiders, Kev Painter, James Markroft and Devon Peterson, were able to get off the mark first. And I tell you what, whoever wins this game out of these two,
60.
what an opportunity they have and what a springboard they'd have for the remainder of the day if they could get 2 out of 2 to kick things off.
60.
It's all about building confidence, isn't it? It's the only thing you can do. You can't just get confidence in a matter of seconds. You have to build it.
190.
You win your first game, you've done your job. After that, you win again. You're obviously doing more right than wrong.
58.
Keep winning, then you start feeling it.
26.
Do you know the first thing that Devon did in that hot spell in 2020 that made us realise that he was too experimental? We thought he was the best player in the world, and at that point, he thought it was prudent for him to change his flight. He went to a smaller version.
140.
Curiously, it was this shape that he went to late in 2020. He was using a slightly bigger flight
100.
when he was at his height. And he thought it would be a good thing at that time to change the flights. Yeah, I'm not sure it was the right move.
However, when you think about that period in time, it was as Peter Wright was at his peak. And look, we know there's no player that tinkers more than him. And actually, there was a few players that kind of followed that trail a little bit that were thinking, right, he's finding extra 1%, so I'm going to do it as well.
You bring up a good point. However...
It doesn't make it right or wrong, but it's just...
No, I know what you're saying.
40.
But Peter Wright is the exception. He's not the rule. Just because it works for him doesn't mean it works for everyone. Wearing a certain brand of shoes, if you look littler,
100.
might work for him. It doesn't have to work for everybody else. But it's incredible how many people started wearing the same shoes as Littler
130.
when he became the world number
Devon,
one.
you require 96.
It's a sheep attitude. You've got to find what works for you, not work for someone else. If you think that constantly changing your darts is going to make you Peter Wright, then good luck to you. It's not going to happen.
68.
He's the exception.
Devon, you require 70.
You've got to find what works for you. On the bright side, that isn't the board. You can see that he's struggling a little bit. But he has a shot.
47.
He didn't mean to leave that one,
Devon, you require
but
28.
it nearly paid off.
However, sometimes a miss can be as good as a mile. Peterson chasing double 7.
14.
Unable to locate, so Peter will
Devon, you
return
require
for
26.
3 more at double 13. I just wonder, though, I was going to say that actually the location of it, maybe not the breakdown, might be ideal for Kev because of the angle.
Here's the problem with double 4. Look at that flight staring at you. Try and stay away from it. Go high double 4.
22. Devon, you require 14.
Well, 1 left at double 2.
Game shot on the
And
first
finds
leg.
the
Devon
twos.
Peterson.
To put himself 1-0 up in the contest. And actually, what we
Second leg
found
is Kevin
from
to throw
Kev is
first.
actually kind of against the grain for players that go through what Kevin goes through. Now, we see a lot of players
Game
that when
on.
they have difficulties, what they end up doing is they chase down the board as often as possible. So they might start legs on the treble 19 and finishing off legs, they'll prefer things like double 16, double 8, where actually Kevin is still rather persistent on the top side of the board. And we know how much tops helped him out a lot during the course of his professional career. But actually, it feels like the targets at the top of the board are the ones that he's feeling more comfortable with, which kind of goes against the grain as to
121.
what he's been through the last 2 years or so.
Let's be blunt here.
100.
We don't know what Kevin's going through. I've never had dartitis. Neither of you, Henry. So we don't know what it's like.
140.
All we can do is listen to the mental torture that you have when it happens.
140.
I can't even begin to think how difficult it would be if somebody said that you would get it. I think it's more in the public consciousness
55.
these days
Kevin, you
because we
require
talk more about it. There was a
136.
time where we didn't even want to say the word.
And one thing that we've got to give Kev credit for is the fact that he has been so open about it. Remember he played a game with the seniors, didn't he, a couple of years ago, where he was having real problems. And do you know what he did the next day? He went into the TV studio and he had
100.
a 10-minute conversation. And there was no holds barred. There was no question that was off the table. He spoke about everything as honestly as he possibly could. He hasn't shied away from this at all.
121.
And full
Kevin, you
credit to
require
him for that.
36. Game
He's
shot on
not
the second
shying away
leg,
from
Kevin
anything.
Painter. Third leg is Devon to throw
That's
first.
a 13 darter.
Game on.
Matthew Edgar, what have you done? Well, it's 11 better than the
55.
previous leg.
But you do sense that in Group C this week, there might be quite a big range
60.
between worst leg and best leg.
Look, let's not sugarcoat anything here because that would just be plain lying and we don't do that
60.
here. This will not be the best Group C you will ever see in your life. Let's put that right. But what we will see is players that...
44.
And look, you've got Devon Peterson, Kevin Painter, Adrian Gray, John O'Shea. Great players, but what are they all doing? What's their shared thing? They're going for a rebuild. So we're going to see some good bits, but also be
55.
prepared for one or two legs. That's going to be a little bit ropey here and there. That is just going to be how this group plays out. So we may not see the blockbuster 110 averages,
85.
but you can join us for something a little bit different over the next 2 days. And that's a bit of a journey and a voyage of discovery with these players.
Is that your way of saying that James Marcroft has got these reputations at the right time?
57.
I think James Marcroft, if he can carry on playing like he did in the opening game, maybe find a level a little bit more, he could have every chance, yes.
I'd agree with that.
48.
I really thought that after Kevin put his hands on his hips there, he was going to swing his knees in time. He's got his dancing
58.
shoes on.
Yeah, they are some Bobby Dazzlers, aren't they?
Yeah, you won't see many dart players wearing shoes like that anymore.
So I think Kev's always taken pride in. It's
140.
always been his appearance.
He's always been pristine. Look good, feel good,
60.
play good.
Kevin, you require 124.
That's his motto.
And if you play good, they pay you good. But he's not going to take out the 1-2-4. You always know when Kev's unkept because he hasn't shaved for 12 hours.
92. Devon, you require 156.
I've never seen him unshaven.
No.
I've known the guy for 18 years.
60. Kevin, you require 32.
2-1 lead. Oh, that's a nice marker with the right angle. Look at that. It's gaping. And the way his darts behave in the air, he should get this. Look at it. It was a really good try.
16.
He'll be chastising himself inside because he knew that was a good
Devon, you
marker.
require 96.
And so this, an opportunity to pinch for Peterson. 2 in hand, a double 18. Double 9.
Game shot on the third leg.
And you just had an
Devon Peterson.
expectation that was going to go, because sometimes Dev is at his best when he just relaxes, and sometimes when you're in that situation where you know you should have lost
Fourth
the
leg is
leg,
Kevin to
that's
throw
when he can
first.
just ease up a little bit, and it just comes so fluently.
Game on.
Two 1 he leads, and every leg so far in this contest has gone with throw.
140.
These guys have played each other on a stage before, but it was nearly 10 years ago. It was the International Darts Open 2016 in Riesa,
140.
just north of Dresden. And Peterson did win comfortably by
100.
6 legs to 1. Devon would then lose to Simon Whitlock on the Saturday. But do you remember who won that tournament? International Darts Open 2016. It was his
121.
first PDC title. He's never played here because he's never been eligible to play here.
54.
Mensur Suljevic.
Of course he's going to get it right.
In fairness, if you never said the first ever title, I probably would have gone with
95.
Ian Diamond White.
No, he never won the International Darts Open, but he did win a few European tours. Kevin didn't win any in his career. Devon's won the one. But if we may say so, Kevin's title haul in his PDC career, I don't think it was to his liking.
The other thing as well, you mentioned that he had never won a European tour, but actually when the European tour was introduced, was just as he was beginning to hit the weight just a little bit. It was introduced in 2012, played the Premier League that year, but the form kind of dipped in it in the year or two after that. If that was introduced 10 years earlier, he would have scooped up a few. Let's get that right, as Peterson looks to scoop this leg up with a 145. Well, I tell you what, he might be a little bit
105.
fortuitous that bounced out, because that looked as if it was going to
Kevin, you
divert
require
into the treble and bust
72.
the score. And so Painter here for 2-2.
That third dart from Peterson should never happen. He's been
Game
punished,
shot
and
on the
double
fourth
top is
leg,
working
Kevin
for
Painter.
Kevin.
Fifth leg is Devon to throw first. Game on.
As I say, it goes completely against the grain, because if you're struggling to release, the dart's higher up the board, you're having to push and throw a bit more affirmativeness, if that's even a word, as Peterson passed in a max.
180.
But you have to throw it in a more of an affirmative nature, which is why when players are struggling, they tend to go down, because you can just pull the dart down.
100.
I said it once and I'll say it again. I know exactly why that happens to Devon. It's because he's reaching. Every dart, he's reaching. His right
41.
elbow's too far from his ribs. He doesn't have enough drawback, and it's too much effort. If you look at the way he was throwing around 2020, 2021, he was throwing with ease. He's trying to force it through the air. You don't have to throw the dart very far. It's less than 8 feet away. The dart does all the work.
$100.
Don't have to have a great deal of ferocity. You've just got to have the right release point. And the one thing that Devon has struggled with
119.
is that his right rib cage is far away from his right elbow, and he's throwing it with his upper body. He's not throwing it with his arm. He's throwing it with
97.
everything.
Devon, you require 161.
So 161 here for Devon, and Sixham here to open up a 3-2 lead. He's going to need that full quota.
65.
Picks up the bullseye to leave himself on 96. Now that's better dart maths.
Permission to retort.
Granted.
Since the 1970s, in the words of
64.
the infinite and wonderful
Devon, you
Dave
require
Lanning,
96.
the vernacular in this sport is counting.
Game
And
shot
that's
on the
never
fifth
going to
leg,
change.
Devon Peterson. Sixth leg is
But
Kevin.
the more
to
that
throw
Peterson
first.
leaves 96, the more he's
Game
going
on.
to take legs. Because that's the third time today he's taken out 96 with either 2 or 3 darts.
The overtime shot, 9-6. Back to 3-2 it is. Painter throwing to try.
125.
Keep himself in the contest. His 2 treble hitting, I have to say, has been really good in this game. He's had 6 130 plus scores, plus that 2 big treble turn there.
91.
But he's finding his range. He's finding his range.
95.
So averaging 87 and change so far in this contest, and there's been times where we've seen him here over the last 18 months or so where that number has hovered around 10 points low on a
123.
rather regular basis. These are a lot of steps in the right direction, and it's so good to see. And look, it could have been so easy for Kev to have said, you know what, I've had a fantastic career, I've achieved a lot, I'm just going to walk away, sail off into the sunset, enjoy my retirement, enjoy my life in Tenerife. But he's like, you know what, it's just not in my DNA. I do not give up on anything. And I think it takes a lot of courage, the fact that we still see him at this level and still seeing him have the want to be the best version of himself and still finding a way to improve.
I know what you're saying. But there will come a time where it has to stop. It has to. It's human nature.
140.
You have to have that conversation with yourself at some point.
$125. Kevin, you require 141.
I'm not going to lambast Peterson for leaving 162 because he actually did very well to leave 162 there.
Yeah, it was that dart into the single 5 which kiboshed the attempt to try and leave a finish.
81.
Will leave himself on a single to double, Kev, here to take us to a last leg decider. Yet to see a 4-3 scoreline today.
36.
Looks like
Kevin, you require
that
60.
trend is going to change here.
Nice and safe. Nice and high. You can see that Kevin is going through a process here. Every time it happens. It's exactly what Nathan Aspinall used to do. This is a chance for Peterson to get out
Kevin,
of
you
this
require
with a win
126.
to add to the 2 points that he already has. This is a better performance than the last time. He's a good
98.
5-6 points ahead
Kevin, you require
of where
20.
he was in round 1. Encouraging. But does he have to go to a last leg decider? Yes, he
Shot on the
does.
sixth flag, Kevin Painter.
And after everything that the artist
7th and
is
decider
having to
legs
do
Devon to throw
to
first.
get everything out of his game,
Game on.
you can't help but feel that he's doing such an incredible job. He is literally squeezing everything out of himself
140.
just to stay in games.
That lemon is going to be very dry come the end of the session because he is going to be squeezing it for all it's worth. Well, that's the tail of the tape. Both players averaging 86. Both players in terms of doubling, 3 from 9 and 3 from 12. Not really too much to separate the pair. Kevin's been better in the 2 treble hitting department, but then Devon's hit more 1 treble turns.
85.
Basically, one of those situations where you take your pick, but the fact that Peterson's kicked off a 2 treble turn on throw gives them a distinct advantage in this last leg.
57.
You know how we say in international pairs
85.
that it's difficult to establish a rhythm when you're playing with a partner against another pairing. When someone is going through the processes that Kevin is,
140.
it's also very hard to be the opponent. You don't know how many seconds it's going to be before you're back to the hockey. So you have to be okay with
11. Devon, you require 164.
Well, plenty of time from here. But he is going to leave himself on 64 after 12. Been a decent last leg on throw here from Devon. And Painter needed to fill it up to leave himself on a finish. So he's going to get time and space from this point onwards to get it wrapped up and to get his second win on the board. And to become the first player to move on to 4 points in this group. It's double 16.
32.
He's going to be back for 3 more.
Oh, Kev, what are you doing?
$64.
Interesting.
Devon, you
That
require
I like.
32.
Dart 2 I didn't, but then I got it. His plan B was to get sub 120.
Now this has an air of awkwardness about it. Shuffles across to the right. But can he find an angle? Yes, he can, and he can do so spectacularly. And that is a second win in a row for the South African. He moves on to 4 points in the group, beating Kevin Painter by 4 legs to 3. We're into game 5 on this Thursday afternoon, and we are about to watch Minter Hippener and John O'Shea for the second time. Two players looking to get their first wins on the board. John O'Shea lost out to Devon Peterson by 4 legs to 1, whilst Minter went down to James Markov by the same score. And we saw Devon Peterson get his second win of the session before the break, getting the better of Kevin Painter by 4 legs to 3. An elongated contest, a marathon match here at the Modus Live Lounge. But it's Peterson who so far is perfect.
First leg is
2 from 2.
First.
These two looking to keep themselves to within touch.
Yeah, and after John played the first game of the session,
30.
He's had a good hour to wait for this game. And considering some of the things that were happening in that first match, having that hour off might just help him. You get a bit of perspective as to how you felt on the stage. You see what happened on the dartboard, and then you get 60 minutes to fix
59.
it. So after averaging 82.5 in that 4-1 loss to Devon Peterson, I would expect John to play a little bit better than that
57.
this time. But him, I think he was fortunate to get a leg against James Marcroft in round 1.
100.
But Hibma seems to be bringing the speed. As for whether he's bringing the intensity, not sure about that. He looks fairly chilled.
140. 96.
John is looking rather well. If you look at when he won the World Masters in 2019, he was a bit bigger.
100.
He was very boisterous. And we love him just the way he is, but obviously he's made some decisions about
60. Johnny
cutting some kilos, and he wants to feel a bit different. More power to you, John. He's never going to be stick thin.
94. Minty require 156.
There's always going to be plenty of him to love.
Well, is he going to love this first leg? Returning from 50
Johnny
to
require 50.
get a breaker throw, which will get him up and running in this game. Double 16.
That's a lovely conversion.
Leg, John O'Shea.
And that's the kind of thing he can fix
Second
compared to the first game, because 1 from 9, it wasn't ideal in round 1. But one thing I have noticed already today is that when he does miss, it tends to be low of target.
140.
That might be a new tendency if he's gone through a grip change. And you can make changes all you want in practice and maybe playing some local stuff, and it might work out.
139.
But you don't know what those changes are going to do properly until they're under the lights, they're in the heat, and the pressure's on. Already, it looks a little bit better for O'Shea. It looks
100.
more concentrated.
And I suppose, and I know this might sound like a frankly obvious observation to make, but if he can click and get it right, theoretically, now he's a little bit fitter, a little bit slimmer. He should be able to find those levels a little bit longer and feel as if he can keep going over a more sustained course.
That's true.
140.
But he's also a little older. And as you get older, it gets harder. I mean, what he would give to be
58.
The John O'Shea of 2019
121.
with this build and this amount of energy. I mean, what could that John O'Shea do?
81. Minty require 164.
We always mention his full name because you can't just call him John. You've got to give him the full name. It's what he does. It's almost like one word. John O'Shea.
92.
Yeah, it's just certain people that you just call by both of their names.
Game
There's
shot
John
on the
O'Shea.
second leg. John O'Shea.
Finds the tops to break,
Third leg is
13
Mighty to
darted
throw
to make
first.
it 2-0.
Game on.
It's like when I commentate on football, the Manchester City player, I have to always call him Ray and 8 Nuri. I can't just call him 8 Nuri.
180.
There's him that piles it a max.
It just had to be the case, didn't it, when John wins a week? It was the Joker against the Riddler. I mean, where's Batman?
58.
We've got Ant-Man on the stage. Anton Mays. Oh, come on, it's better than Spivey, man.
I don't think he's going to like that.
135.
Not at all. If it was Anthony Dundas, the Scottish MC and referee, you call him Ant-Man.
100.
I'm getting the assumption that you're not a fan.
Not a fan of it, no.
100.
I think Hibma's a good player. I see something in him. He right now is averaging over 100, and he's 2-0 down. Make of that what you will.
78.
But I'm not alone. I spoke to some of my sources overnight, and they believe that this guy can play.
46.
That's okay. He obviously didn't want to come back, but when your opponent is not even at the halfway point of the leg, you've got the luxury of another 3 dots at double.
41.
That's 6.
Once you require 40.
So double top to reduce the gap back down to 2-1. Well, never looked likely right from the get-go. Luckily, he's got a bit of time on his side.
Why do I feel like I put the hex on him there? Just called him a really good player, and then I think that first start was closer to the North Pole.
100. Once you require 32.
Might be better at double 16. Well, John O'Shea has actually got a chance to win this leg now.
124.
And he shouldn't have had this chance.
Which will wind him up, and it would give him great pleasure if he could steal this. If he could steal it on the bullseye, that would have been daylight robbery.
Once you require 16. Game shot on the third leg.
Thank goodness for that.
Fourth leg is John.
Slightly ironic thumbs up.
Game on.
First ironic Gildo of the day.
$41.
You've been calling the referee Ant-Man. Does that mean we're going to call this guy Hib-Man?
Well, it was Hippo.
Well, you put an N on the end. It's Hib-Man, isn't it?
100.
It's Hibbo. He's getting it. Hibbo is your nickname. You'll have all the Aussies on side with a name like Hibbo.
100.
Sure, he'd be thrilled that all of his fan base are about 10,000 miles away.
The world is a small place, Henry. You know this. That's what the internet has done.
100.
And think about what could potentially happen over the next few months. We are in July now. Half of 2026 is gone.
180.
Where does John O'Shea want to go from here, apart from Saturday night and Champions Week? I know what some of these guys do. They set a goal at the start of the year. If they don't get through Q School, their goals change. It's by the end of the second series here at the Modus Super Series.
140.
Where am I at then?
Once you require 170.
Well, here's the thing. After 3 weeks' time, new goals have got to be set out. The goal right now is tops.
34. John, you require 40.
To re-establish the 2-leg buffer.
Game shot on the fourth
data.
leg. John O'Shea.
His last 2 legs have been
Fifth
won
leg
in
is
that
90 to throw first.
particular distance. 3-1 he leads. Well, speaking to John at the international pairs, I managed to spend a little bit of time with him following one of the sessions, and he was saying that the ADC Global Championship is very high up the priority list. The ADC are doing a lot in Ireland, and for a lot of players, the likes of him, Conor Heenahan, the likes of Damien Grimes, who we've seen here. I was in the company of Ray Mulvey a few weeks ago down in Ilfracombe, and he said that the vaults in Ireland have really given the Irish game a bit of a regeneration, because there's a lot of...
60.
What people forget about Ireland is everybody's placed in different parts of the country. It's very difficult to get from A to B. It's not like here where you can get to within 5 minutes of a venue. You've got to travel 45 minutes to play local league.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. Maybe that is what Ireland desperately needed to kickstart the major interest. And Steve Lennon has a really, really good chance of having a wonderful 2026 now that he's won multiple Championship Tour events. And he's doing really well over in Ireland as well.
Let's say that I would be putting him already amongst the favourites to win the Global Championship in November.
80.
Bold call. Very early, I get, but...
You're not wrong. It's a great last start from John. Hasn't put him in the lead, but it has got him back in touch.
60.
You wouldn't mind another one. He hasn't done it this time, so still advantage Hibbo.
22.
He doesn't get the treble. So this is John's first attempt
61.
to win this
Johnny
game.
require
To get his
140.
first 2 points in this Group C. Interesting. It works a treat. He's been hanging around with Rob Cross too much over the last few years. It's rubbed off.
90 you require 60.
He doesn't get the end product.
Tops.
Game
To
shot
bring
on the
it
fifth
back to
leg,
3-2. And forces
Six-legged John to
O'Shea
throw
here
first.
to serve the contest out.
Game on.
You probably know what I'm about to say.
Yes.
If you've got 61
93.
and you want to leave tops with 1 dart, why don't you start on treble 7?
81.
Because if you go 45, you're trying to leave double 8. So you're trying to leave the bottom left corner of the board. When you get the single 15, you leave 46. Without thinking, he went 6 tops. That makes no sense to me.
55.
Now, it did work. Let's put that out there. It is 3-2. He's still in the game. But if you like tops that much, why don't you purposefully leave it?
95.
It's like taking the scenic route to tops.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with the scenic route every now and then.
Yeah, but this is darts. This is not having to drive to Penzance,
58.
which is in the southwest of England. It's about as far as you can go. Until you get to the Scilly Isles, and that's when you're in the Atlantic Ocean.
140.
That's the name of the Isles, not the fact that they're silly.
Thank you, Captain Obvious.
Well, O'Shea here looking at 96 to get it wrapped up and to get his
59. Johnny
first
require
win
96.
on the board in this group. He's got plenty of time, plenty of space. What will be frustrating is on throw, John O'Shea has piled in some really good legs in this contest. But against the darts, he has thrown a bag of spanners at times.
36.
If he wants to win this game, he's better
Johnny
off
requires 60.
getting this done now before there's any trouble. Because Hibbo is just behind him now on a very makeable combo.
20. Mine's
Three match darts
108.
have come and gone. And so this, an opportunity to take us the distance. This really would be a categoric steal, not to be. So O'Shea, 3 more in hand, a double
52.
top.
John, you require 40.
Again, he was trying to leave tops. John O'Shea does get over the line.
O'Shea.
That will be a mopping of the brow a little bit, because after losing his first game by 4 legs to 1, he has found a way to beat Mainzer Hibma by 4 legs to 2 in a very decent game, which had 18 darts to the double. But John, after 11 chances, he wins in 6 legs.
So to game 6 of our session, which is a meeting between Adrian Gray and James Markov. Before the break, we saw John O'Shea get the better of Mainzer Hibna by 4 legs to 2. Average just underneath the 88 mark, 4 from 11 in terms of the finishing for O'Shea. And he gets his first win on the board. For Adrian, he's looking to get off the mark himself, whilst victory for James Markov here will make it 2 wins out of 2 to kick off his Group C campaign. It'll be the perfect start
First leg, it's Adrian.
to him on debut.
Game on.
It looks like a towel in his pocket, but I've been wrong before.
60.
Well, most players have got a towel on the stage, because if you do need to mop your brow, you need something.
100.
And he moves around a bit quicker than your average cat.
Well, you mentioned the previous game. Players have superstitions. Now, we saw
57.
Jermaine Vanden hit it here last week, and we know that he has a proclivity to have his wallet in his pocket.
60.
And that's mainly because when he was playing local league stuff, he used to keep his phone, his wallet in his pocket, just playing. He's just been so used to having his wallet in his pocket that he's just always had something in his pocket when he
85.
plays since.
Yeah, he doesn't need his wallet here, does he?
41.
James Buckby does the same. The weirdest one is Neil Duff has this tradition, and it dates back to him winning the Lakeside in 2022, where, as Adrian Gray pars in a max, he has to have an exact amount of change in his right pocket.
93.
I think it's his right pocket. I could be wrong with the pocket, but he's got to have an exact amount of change in his pocket.
How much is it?
I can't remember what it is, but he has to have an exact amount of change in his pocket when he plays. It dates back to
79.
superstition from when he won the Lakeside back in 22.
I've got something to say about that.
100.
Because I think
Adrian,
that's
you require
counterproductive.
40.
Adrian's going for tops. Try and sneak one underneath. Just like that.
Shot on the first leg.
And
Adrian
just take a
Gray.
1-0 lead.
Second leg is James to throw first.
All of the mental work
Game
that
on.
Neil did going into that 2022 championship got him to the end of the rainbow.
60.
So Neil knows that he won Lakeside 4 years ago because he practiced well, he did good mental training, and he believed that he was going to win.
57.
So off the back of that championship, he now has a superstition because of it.
140.
Oh, I don't know about that.
You would think if he had a superstition following that championship, it'd be the fact that he'd be predicting the scorelines in which he beats opponents by, like he did.
Well, it showed how much confidence he
58.
had, but he knows why he won. It was nothing to do with a superstition. It was to do with process.
28.
You might punch me in the face of what I'm about to say. However, is the superstition now a part of that process for him?
Was it then?
41.
If it was then, it's got more validity. If it wasn't, and he's just noticed it during,
82.
there's no basis. I always carry 8 golf tees in my right pocket before I start a round of golf. Has to be 8. Because I've
60.
identified, I think that's the amount of tees that will get me round without going back in the bag. And that's become a thing.
100.
But I've been doing this since I was about 9. Most players do have a superstition, but it's usually something they stumble upon and they find quite comforting.
60.
Someone might have
James, you
a
require
casino chip in their
91.
pocket or a certain coin. Robert Thornton's got his little teddy bear.
51.
Well, Mark Crofty has left double top to get this game between him and Adrian Gray back on level terms at 1 apiece. It's
65.
not been the most enlightening
James, you
of
require 40.
encounters up to press.
Not yet. There's still time. Well, there's the 20 out of the way.
20. Adrian, you require 160.
I left this off at 25. And that is about perfect. That one didn't quite catch the previous flight. If it had,
122.
it was definitely going to be in.
James, you require 20.
So double 10 to square the game back up. Double 10, southpaw side,
James, shot on
found
the second
perfectly.
leg. James Markroft.
And we're back on level terms at 1
Third leg is
apiece.
Adrian to throw first. Game on.
Fair to say, those barrels of James, they've seen some action. They are not straight out of the packet.
180.
Adrian's are a bit shinier. But these things, they've got some age. They look like old
81.
trusties to me. When you use tungsten that was once quite shiny, use them long enough, it will become quite dull in colour.
121.
Looking like gunmetal. That's exactly what's happened to these.
60.
That's actually what happened to Michael Van Gerwen's darts when he was using his old trusties.
Yeah, they were literally, the grip was whittled down to effectively a point of nothingness, wasn't there?
$60.
Well, Gray first to a finish, leaving himself on 140 after 3 visits to the board.
93.
And there's
Adrian,
an
you require
opportunity to
140.
get his nose in front again. Plenty of time, and time he's going to need. Just looking at the barrel of Marco, I don't know if it is or not, but
60.
they very much has an old school A.D. Lewis type barrel look to it. Might not be.
180. Adrian, you require 80.
There's going to be nothing in the way of tops.
60.
He leaves his hand out there this time, but it doesn't work
James, you require
like it did on a
87.
1-2-1 earlier on.
Double 18,
James,
clean
shot on the
kill.
third leg. James Markov.
Real clean kill. 14 dart
Fourth leg
break
is
to
James to
put
throw
Markov
first.
2-1 in front. And Adrian
Game
Gray
on.
may feel like he missed an opportunity there.
Markov now, after 3 legs, is averaging around about the same
93.
as he did against Hibma in game 3. This is where he can try and find that extra gear. Now, he doesn't have to go out there and
43.
start battering the treble 20 with 140s and 180s to get a better performance. He's just got to have one more treble
100.
every leg. That's it. If you're averaging 80, you're going to get 2 or 3 trebles a leg. If you can get 4 or 5, that's where the improvements
83.
really come. As you can see, he's not shy in switching
92.
either.
I've just had a message from Neil Duff.
And
In fact, I'm a little bit incorrect. It actually predates the Lakeside. It goes back to Circus Tavern
what do you know?
2019.
yeah, there you go.
That was when he made his real breakthrough, wasn't it?
One, I knew he was going to be watching.
97.
Yeah, 2019 Circus Tavern when he played Dave Parletti.
I remember Neil being there. He was a breath of fresh air at that tournament.
105.
Great dart shirt then as well,
James, you
Neil.
require
I wonder what happened to that
119.
one.
Yeah, I reckon someone may have fought copyright laws there, as 119 is required to open up a 3-1 lead. It is the bull, and it wasn't too far away.
94.
Just like a Duff man.
Adrian, you require
If Gray gets this, we'll say,
170.
oh yeah. Oh no.
58. James, you require 25.
Fascinating. Double 8.
17.
Most lefties
Adrian, you require 112.
go 5 to double 10 or 1 to double 12. This guy likes double 16. And not quite.
96.
That was a really good chance to equalise.
James, you require 8.
So double 4 for 3-1.
No score.
And still unable to nettle away
Adrian, you
through.
require
So this
16.
for parity. Desmond.
Game shot on the fourth leg, Adrian Gray.
We're back on terms at 2-2. A holder, Peter, break a
Fifth
piece.
legged
These
Adrian
two
to throw
inseparable
first.
right now. Just feels like one of
Game on.
those groups where nobody is seemingly able to outmaneuver the other.
58.
Devon's on 4 points. Marcroft could be on 4 points in the next few minutes.
60.
But if Gray wins, and he's on 2 points with Marcroft, John O'Shea and Kev Painter, we are right back to the beginning. We might have a
100.
leader, but we genuinely don't know who's going to win this group. Even after 2 rounds, we don't have any more evidence. It's as you were.
100.
I feel like a broken record every time I say it when someone's on 3-4-6 or 3-4-3.
60.
Maybe at this level you're going to get away with it a little bit more. But it's a bad habit, and I'm surprised to see that from Adrian, who
81.
in soft tip darts is right in the top 1% of players in the world when it comes to tactics. He is faultless in that regard. And he's faultless there as well.
180.
But I think the younger generation are starting to crack that, you know.
83.
It was last week. I looked
Adrian
at players
Uruguay,
like
103.
Jemai van den Herik. They were on 4-4-2, single 20, treble 18, single 18 leaves 350. And they just get it. Whereas older players, sorry Adrian, but you are older,
87.
they don't do it out of habit. It's a conscious change that needs to be made so you can be tactically better.
59.
And it might be the difference
Uruguay
between winning this
16.
title and not.
It was Gray going to win this leg. Double 8 winning the previous. And it's going to
Aim
do
shot
him
on
the
fifth
same in leg
leg,
5.
Adrian Gray. Sixth leg is James to throw first. Game on. $100.
And by the way, I'm not mentioning that mid 300 number thing again just for the sake of it.
140.
Keep mentioning it because it keeps happening. Earlier in the season, Gedwin Price had 342 left in a last leg
59.
decider with Wessel Nyman in a final. Wessel was in the lead in the leg. Price hit a 180 till he won 6-2. It cost him the tournament.
Do you
need a better example than that?
180.
James, you've left 3-4-2. Your opponent is well ahead of you, and you're probably going to lose the
58.
match because of it.
Because Adrian's been afforded the luxury of time to get over the line, to see it at 4-2, and to get himself off the mark. And as Nico rightly said, it means
49.
we're none the wiser. Yes, Devon Peterson has a 2-point lead at the summit, but that could very quickly be eroded away if he loses to Meinter
60.
Hippner in the next.
Adrian Uruguay 132.
But to the cut in front of this one, Gray with plenty of time on the 1-3-2. Doesn't have to attack the bullseye if he doesn't want to here. But because of his soft tip tendencies, there's no surprise as he starts there and gets the first ball, but able to find the second.
92.
He had a little smile there because the first ball was an absolute perler. There are bullseyes, then there are bullseyes like that, which are absolutely
38.
spot on for another.
Adrian Uruguay 40.
Is this going to be spot on? Double 10, open target. Doesn't want to move inside. Doesn't
30.
want to do that. However, in saying it, he's been trying to lead double 5 off the back of 1-2-1 all day.
You don't mind double 5 as a
85.
one-shot target. As a 3-dart
Adrian
target,
Uruguay 10.
it just comes with a little bit of defensiveness. Decides to split it. Well, don't go down there. Double 4 doesn't live down there, Adrian. It lives up there.
2.
Well, the brain went a mush for
James,
a
you require
second.
101.
Just put him off. It's given Markov here a reprieve, but a reprieve is unable to take.
49.
So Gray here looking at double 4 to eventually
Adrian, you
wrap
require
this game
8.
up. Take 2. Now double 2.
Game shot.
Which he
And the
finds to
match,
eventually
Adrian
seal a
Gray.
4-2 win and to eventually get himself off the mark and on the boards here in Group C. Round 2 done and dusted. Next up, Devon Peterson takes on Maita Hibner. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We've seen 6 matches so far, and that the plethora of results that we have seen. In terms of the table, it's Devon Peterson leads the way, the only player to have won 2 from 2 so far, 4 points to his name. He is at the top of the pile. Let's move on then and see Devon for a third time today as he takes on Maita Hibner. This is Game 7, the halfway stage of Thursday afternoon here in this Group C, and it is South Africa against the Netherlands. in this darting contest. A contest which is going to also see the triumphant return of the tungsten teaser. I'll tell you more in just a second. For Devon, so far, he's found himself in heaven. 2 wins out of 2. Could become the first player to move on to 6 points in this group C. And if he does, then he puts himself in a very good position, irrespective of what he does in his final couple of matches, as this afternoon turns into the evening.
First leg is Devon to throw first. Game on.
Thoughts and assessment of the start that Devon's made to the day so far, Nico?
It's getting better. 79 average in his first game,
45.
85 in his next one. Keep incremental improvement on the roster, and by the end of the day, he's going to have 8, if not 10 points. Technically, I still think... I don't want to sound harsh.
100.
I really don't. Technically, I think he's weak. But what he is doing right now is he's showing heart.
100.
There are people who are technically weak, but they can just eke stuff out. I actually think Johnny Clayton's quite technically weak.
30.
But Johnny's one of the best players in the world.
$125.
Do you know what the key to success is in this group? You've got to be better than the others. And we haven't seen massive averages so far. Nobody's broken 90 yet.
140.
So you don't have to have that elite level from what we've already seen. You just got to be better than the opponent when you play them.
58.
Hibner's averages 78 and 83.5. Devon can beat that. If Hibner had come into this game averaging 100 twice,
100.
I'd say he can't beat that.
Require 158.
But he can beat this guy. He already has this week once.
134.
However, this 86 has been piled with pressure. But there's one thing Devon's been good at so far today. It's been these types of combinations. Took out 96 twice in his previous
70.
game, but he's not going to find anything on the 86 there.
24.
That's his weakest start, number 3.
$18.
Uh-oh. Negativity is starting to
Devon,
flow.
you require 16.
Now, there was a
Ainge on the
time
first
when he
leg,
was on that
Devon
double 8, you
Peterson.
just give him the leg.
Second
Just
leg
give
is
it to him.
90 to throw first. Game on.
He could have closed his eyes, aimed it at the lamp, and it still wouldn't have gone in. Because he was that good at it at one point in his career.
100.
Still got it in increments. And the reason that third dart didn't land is because he's
123.
falling into it. It's as simple as that. It's the world's biggest bad habit in this sport.
81.
About half to about 60% of dart players do it, and I don't understand why they do.
Nico, are you ready
93.
for the return of the tungsten teaser? You'll enjoy it. It's very topical.
135.
And no, I'm not talking about bins. There are 8 teams left in the FIFA World Cup finals, but how many of those
140.
nations have had a player represented here at the Modus Super Series?
45. Devon, you require 145.
That's a really good last start.
You require 140.
He's got it right that time. Hibner needs a big one. And it's not big enough, so Peterson's got a chance of a 2-0 lead here.
45. Devon, you require 45.
For the break. 2 in hand, a double 16.
13.
Well, he had it surrounded, but
90,
he
you
couldn't nestle
require
away through.
95.
So Hibner here looking at 95 to bring us back onto level terms. Looking at the double-double. Was unable to get.
79. Devon, you require 32. Game shot on the second
Peterson
leg.
does get,
Devon
and he does
Peterson.
move into a 2-0 lead.
Third leg is Devon to throw first. Game on.
I think your tungsten teaser, by the way, it's rather easy for people like us. But for the layman, or maybe someone who's just joined us,
41.
either today or very recently, might be a bit harder.
The whole point of a quiz is to test your knowledge, Nick.
I
You
do know the
that.
answer, but
25.
I don't know whether you want it right now. Do you want to give it out later?
I'll tell you what, we'll give it to the next game between Painter and Marcroft, and we'll hand out the answer there, because it means that our friends can get in touch at home at MSS Darts on Facebook, Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it, and Instagram.
36.
Hashtag Tungsten Teaser, and if you get it right, we might even give you a bit of a mention or a shout out on it.
100.
These guys are playing their fourth game against each other this week.
93.
Hibma has actually won 2 of their meetings. One on Monday and Wednesday.
60.
But it feels as if Devon is the stronger player today. He won by 4 legs to 2 on Tuesday. In fact, the only result that they haven't had this week is 4-0. And that is what Peterson's gunning for.
100. Devon, you require 151.
6 of them here. May only need the 3. Couldn't find the treble 17 with dart 2.
74, yeah. 110.
That's a happy accident. You'd rather have that than the single 11. Because it leaves him hunting down the bottom left corner again.
60. Devon, you require 41.
Look at that, right in the middle. Right in the middle of the single 9.
Game shot on
And
the
that
third
is a
leg.
3-0
Devon
lead.
Peterson. Fourth leg is 90.
This
Throw
is that
first.
incremental improvement that we were talking about. He's getting the hang of this.
And what is he finding in particular to get himself to this level, do you
125.
think?
Only he knows. From our vantage point, there's nothing a great deal different to what we
91.
saw in the first round. It still isn't that fluent. When he made his match play debut, he only played there once.
97.
And he struggled with his transition from left hand to right hand. I mean, how many dart players at that level do you see having that trouble? Not many.
100.
Joe Hunt's the only player at this present moment in time I can think of that has that problem with transition. But that's mainly down to
140.
his grip.
Which is very intricate.
Yes, it's very much him.
60. Mine, so you require 139.
It's that classic stubbornness on the 60. You have to go for it here. Somehow bypass that one.
59.
Not to be.
Now it's Devon's turn to go through the process. However, process was almost perfect.
Mine, so you require 80.
I wouldn't advise trying to work on your game in the middle of a match. More on that in a second.
Game
Because
shot on the
we've got
fourth
another leg coming our way.
Hibma. Fifth leg is Devon.
Here's the
to throw
golden rule.
first.
When you're on the
Game
practice board, work on your game. When you're on the match board, play. There's a difference. Don't work on something in the middle of a
100.
match. Just don't do it. It doesn't work.
Well, there's the score
48.
power pack, and as you can see, not really too much to separate the pair, apart from the fact that Devon scored just that little bit more heavier.
100. $100.
Well, in the last 24 hours, we have seen some of the world's best dart players playing outside.
55.
There have been certain times where dart players have said, can you turn this place into a convertible? Because it does get very warm.
Not a weird know in our lovely little
140.
air-conditioned commentary booth.
This is nice.
That
is very nice indeed.
180.
Peterson with his second 180 of this game. And he's now got 4 for the day.
100. Devon, you require 66.
Average at the moment in excess of 90 for Devon Peterson. This 66 to wrap it up. Double
Game
six.
shot.
That
Man of the
is
match,
perfect.
Devon
And his
Peterson.
combination finishing has been a real highlight of his, as Devon Peterson seals his 3rd win of the day. Average in excess of 90 and a 4-1 win over Maite Hibner. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. So before the break, we saw Devon Peterson get the better of Maite Hibner by 4 legs to 1. And so for Dev, he finds himself at the top of the table, top of the pile. 3 games played, 3 games won for him, 6 points to his name. And so as we head to the midway stage, we're going to see Kevin Painter and James Markle go head to head. For Kev, 1-1 lost 1. but there is a plausibility that he could have been 2 from 2. He was only edged out by Devon Peterson in the last leg decider in his previous game, having got a 4-2 win against AJ Gray to kickstart the session. 2 Tub Plus checkouts en route to that particular win. And so James Marcroft, just
First
like
leg is
Kev, won
Kevin
his
to throw
opening game
first.
against Mainter
Game on.
4-1 before then going down 4-2 to Agent Gray, where there was a dip of around 6 points in terms of his performance levels, but I wonder how much of that was down to the fact that he did miss 10 darts at a double in that game, 2 from 12 against the
100.
Conqueror.
We can see that Marcroft can play.
100.
As for how he plays here, we have to sit back and observe and look at his tendencies for 2 afternoons. If those tendencies are largely positive,
85.
it's likely he's going to make Saturday on debut. Not everybody does that, but Lee Evans did last week. He won his first game
41.
on Saturday night in the first game against Jack Aldridge. But in the end, he didn't do enough to get through to the semi-finals.
And we're going to see Lee Evans
27.
tonight, but not that one.
I'm sure he's really happy to be seen as the Lee Evans in darts.
140.
Turns out there's only 3 Lee Evans.
What, in darts?
Well, not in darts, but well-known Lee Evanses.
Coincidentally, the Lee Evans comedian
27.
is from very close to where Kevin is from in Essex. I do believe that Lee Evans is from Billericay.
60.
Billericay, perhaps most famous for Gavin and Stacey. And for the football club in which there is a mural of their owner off the back of the main stand.
Okay, so this is really starting to get to Kevin now. Since round 1, this has become way more deliberate.
$134.
Here's
James,
what's
you
curious
require
though.
160.
He's played all right today. And he, like Peterson, is getting better round on round, average-wise.
40. Kevin, you require 128.
Not quite. So 105 with 1. 25 is a good play here.
$80.
It's worked out.
James, you require 100.
But that was a bit of a gamble.
That's not the worst guy for the treble. Fires it double top. Fires it brilliantly because there was a wall of flights in the way.
Oh, I want to see that again.
Second leg is James to throw
There
first.
was a noise before that went in.
Game on.
I wonder if that has done some sort of magician's act off a previous flight. That didn't, to me, look like a pure shot. Because it went at a very different angle. I could be wrong.
100.
It wasn't a pure shot, but what a shot from James Marcroft.
81.
He's starting to cook now.
180.
If there was a screw in the wall, he'd be turning it. You see Kevin emblazoned in black and red today, which seems to be the most popular colour combination in dart shirts in the sport. But you're never going to see him wearing yellow. Hell will freeze over before
44.
Kevin Painter wears yellow.
And it's not because of a disdain for Coldplay.
140.
In case you're wondering, Kevin Painter's a massive Ipswich Town fan, and their big rivals
40.
are Norwich City, who play
James, you require 81.
in yellow. And a bit of green every now and then.
That's worked out well. That
61.
hasn't, but he's got time on his side. Look at the lead. 316.
$100.
Marcroft
James, you require
316.
20.
Might say that he's about to go 2-0 up. And that's
James
exactly
on the
what he's
second
done.
leg, James Marcroft.
Well, the
Third
double
leg is
10
Kevin
goes
to
in
throw
dart
first.
2, just clinked off the
Game
barrel
on.
of dart 1, and Marcroft really does affirm his authority in this game. 2-zip up.
100.
It's quite an unusual name, Marcroft, isn't it? We have had a Croft in this series, in Joe Croft.
81.
He hasn't won a week yet here at the Modus Super Series. I emphasise yet. But Kevin hasn't won one either. And after speaking to Keegan Brown on Saturday night, it's just somewhere where you feel you need to win now.
100.
It's become a conversation piece at the Challenge Tour and at ADC Winmore Championship Tour events. Have you won a week at
39.
Modus? No. Yes. How many? Lots. None.
It's
more like it.
It does make me laugh when players say the Modus.
Yeah, but everything's abbreviated these days. Even the word abbreviation is abbreviated.
34. Kevin, you require 121.
Isn't it? ABBR. We're a really strange species, you know.
Good point, TPF.
Don't start.
45.
Well, 76 left for Kev.
Kevin.
41. Kevin, you require 76.
Anton got it right. Kevin Uruguaya. Doesn't take much effort. But 76 out in 3 does.
56.
He will return. He's got a big lead this time.
$140. Kevin, you require 20.
2 tens. It's that close, actually. It's a little bit awkward for Kevin.
Don't hit the outside wire again. Because if he goes outside wire lower than that, he's going to cover about 70% of it, if not more.
No score.
Just for a floating second, I thought that found a way through. And I reckon he
James,
thought
you
that that
require
had
66.
found the intended target.
The slow walk back. And then does the opponent twist the knife? He doesn't, because he's missed his single. Now, you might think he's just missed the 9. He hasn't. He's missed his intended target there by
44.
2.5
Kevin, you require
centimetres
20.
because he was going for the middle of it. There you
Shot on the
go.
third leg. Kevin
Now he's
Painter.
got his first leg of this contest.
Practice
leg is
makes
James to throw
perfect.
first.
Back we are to 2-1.
Game on.
Do you believe in that statement?
Mainly out of the fact that perfection is not really something you can ever find in a sporting aspect.
140.
No. Define perfection in a sporting aspect, and how do you realistically find it?
Perfection is 18 holes in one in 18 holes.
And
It's in best of 31 leg darts. That's 31 9 darters.
Exactly. Unless you're Kim Jong-un, it's not going to happen.
121.
Practice makes better. That's what we have in sport. Because perfect doesn't exist. And that's why we keep watching live sport, because people make mistakes. You can rectify mistakes, but perfection doesn't exist, so why hunt it? Always hunt for better, not perfect.
Being the best version of yourself.
Which will never be perfect.
Exactly. That was perfect, though.
Yeah, but that was one visit.
See, he practiced that, so it made perfect.
100.
You're cruising for something, Deacon. That's good.
105.
That is really good in the last 6 starts.
140.
And he knows it. That's interesting. 62 left. That's very good. It might not be tactically
76.
100% astute. This is a change of plan for Kevin. He's going all around the world and I. Hasn't found his baby.
56.
Was that a Lisa Stanisfield reference live on air?
James,
Lisa
you require
Stansfield,
32.
yes, from Rochdale in the northwest of England.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Oh, that's a 3-1 lead for Marcroft. He's played some pretty decent darts in this
Fifth
game.
leg is Kevin to throw
You look at his
first.
average. I think we're starting to realise what he can achieve.
Game on.
And it is a towel. It's no longer in the pocket. It's been let out to play. Yeah, 94 average after 4. That is very, very good indeed. And that's the best we've seen so far, albeit this game isn't finished yet.
97.
Coincidentally, the last game that we saw, Peterson versus
72.
Hibma. Peterson with the first 90-plus average of the day in a completed match. That's more like it.
100.
Slowly but surely getting there on this Thursday afternoon.
There is something afoot in this game. I don't know if you've noticed it,
44.
but Kevin Painter is 3-1 down to someone from North Wales who's a lefty.
59.
Now, who did he beat in the Players' Championship final in Doncaster? Mark Webster.
Which, as hindsight would put it, was effectively a shootout to see who was going to
92.
get into the 2012 Premier League. Because Webby had a very good case to get back in following the exploits of the year before, if you look at the season that he had.
97.
Yeah, there were 4 people vying for those 2 spots. Kevin, Mark Webster,
140.
Andy Hamilton,
James, you require
and yours truly.
148.
and because Andy made the world final and Kevin won the Players, that's how it worked out.
100. Kevin, you require
I'm
97.
happy that they got those spots. I really am. Because Kevin deserved to play in the Premier League for me. And it wouldn't have been right if Andy hadn't.
Well, Painter here at 97 to save the game. If not, Barcroft will come back for 48. We'll have 2 in hand and a double of choice to wrap the game up by 4 legs to 1 margin. I decided to look at the
23.
Triple AT with Dart 2 and able to locate. So Marcroft here
James,
should,
you require
you
48.
would think, get the job done from here. The double has been quite good in this game. 3 from 5 on the outer ring for him. And he's got 2 in hand, a double 16 to get this one and
shot.
done.
Man
And
of
he
the match,
does.
James Marcroft.
He gets the better of Kevin Painter by 4 legs to 1. And so he moves on to 4 points in the Group C table. Welcome back, everybody. And so let's head into our 9th adventure on this Thursday afternoon here at the Modus Super Series. And we're going to see a Joker and a Conqueror enter their 3rd quest of this session as John O'Shea and Adrian Gray go head-to-head. So far today, both players are 1-1 and they have lost one. And as far as Adrian Gray's day started, he lost out 4-2 to Kevin Painter. John O'Shea lost 4-1 to Devon Peterson, but they both were covered with wins in the previous round's worth of fixtures. For Adrian Gray, he got the better of James Marcroft by 4 legs to 2. 4-1-80s in that particular contest, whereas John O'Shea beat Maita Hibber by the same scoreline and kicks off this game with a maxi.
The ingredients of this game could definitely give us our best contest of the day.
60.
I think those 4-1-80s from Gray in Game 6 went under the radar a little bit. But John definitely played
41.
sharper stuff in round 2. That 87.5 average with 4 out of 11 on the doubles, that's the kind of performance that can get you a lot of joy here. And that's the kind of performance that he's looking to have on average.
60.
Because every now and again, you come up against someone in form, you're probably going to need 5% more. Maybe even more than that.
60.
By the way, it's been quite the week in this sport, isn't it? Gabe Clemens getting his first title. Cameron Menzies with a typically emotional state after winning his 3rd. And Bo Greaves yesterday qualifying for a European Tour event or 2 and becoming the first female to do so.
100.
She took her time. Took her 6 months.
Which in Bo Greaves' terms is like a lifetime.
Well, that sets up the autumn perfectly for Bo.
140.
Don't be surprised if she makes a run for the Grand Prix.
Well,
she's not far off as it is. She can go on a deep one, which she's more than capable of in a European Tour event. She will not be too far away. Well, O'Shea wasn't far away from the 120, but was far away enough.
Adrian, you
and that leaves life rather tricky if he comes back for 79.
Oh, Adrian, what are you doing? That's either a really terrible dart at the single
69.
or an idiotic
John,
attempt at the treble.
79.
He knows better than that. Is he going to be punished? Tops will tell us.
39.
Well, this way he can get away with it. He can still break the throw.
32.
But in order to move on, you've got to put that single 9 out of your mind.
Double 16 to get the break to put in one up. Okay, double-double. A little bit fruity from Adrian. A little bit fruity, but how'd you like them apples?
Game shot on the first leg, Adrian Gray.
He's been playing darts a long time. He's probably never done that, you know. Hit 2 double eights right down there.
$85.
Realistically speaking,
80.
What kind of ambitions do these guys still have? Is it another weekly title for O'Shea? Is it getting that first weekly title for Gray? Or is there something
55.
else that really burns bright inside? Is it getting back to the PDC Pro Tour? Is it being content at this
60.
level and contending? Every player is different. But I think in those quests, you've got to be realistic. I remember when Richard North,
66.
someone who made a final on the Pro Tour, he said, I'm going to be a top 32 player. I'm going to be a top 16 player. Didn't quite happen.
Is this the same Richard North who promised to win a TV title?
Same. But that's what I mean about being realistic. At the time, he was trending towards the top 32.
60.
But at this level, there are certain players who are gunning for the Pro Tour. People like Joe Hunt, Derek Coulson, maybe Jack Tweddle.
57.
But it's perfectly okay to be ambitious at this level. You don't have to do the same things as other people.
I'll tell you what, a man who's watching this broadcast now probably paves the way for that. Neil Duff.
65.
He's more than happy doing what he does. Goes to Romania, bags a stack of cash, wins a couple of titles, comes back for Champions Week, and ...
119.
Ambition is big trophy. Name on trophy, job done.
And Neil Duff could come here as the World Master. He's got every chance of lifting that trophy in Las Vegas, and he will be there.
Yeah, it could be a good month for him. That looks pretty sweet. But that one is shy of target. And yet
65.
again, we are seeing O'Shea short of target, utilising this new technique. Double 16.
40.
That was very, very close.
John, you require 60.
However, not quite close enough, and so it gives O'Shea an opportunity to break back. As you said,
Game shot on the
just
second
a few
leg.
too many
John
darts
O'Shea.
to drop low, but that was perfect, and we're back on
Third
level
leg is
terms at
John
one
to throw
apiece.
first.
But we mentioned the World Masters, John O'Shea himself, a
Game on.
former World Master. I don't know whether you have heard or read the comments that Neil Duff made about the World Masters to a well-known podcast
100.
a few days ago.
Tell me.
He feels as if, and I'll get the full quote up here, so I'm not misquoting him on this, but he was
45.
speaking to one of the darts podcasts, and he was saying effectively the fact that there's amount of invitations that the member nations can give out, the
57.
fact that there's invitations to former world champions. He feels like there's so many players there now, and maybe some of the players haven't come through the usual qualifying criterias, that there's a sense that
41.
maybe the field's a little bit diluted now as a consequence of it.
Well, I think he's got a point.
70.
When the World Masters in the BDO was great, you had to make sure that you were of a certain ranking, or you did something around the world to get there.
140.
Now, the Australian Masters in Geelong at White Eagle House, about hour and a half west of Melbourne. You had to win that to get into the World Masters.
So this is what
39.
he said. He says, this is not a gripe against the WDF, but he says, and I quote, "I think the World Masters has lost a lot of its prestige because pretty much anyone can go to it now."
60.
He's got a point. But at the same time,
133.
look at what the PDC have done with their World Masters. That is now one of the best tournaments of the year. It's incredible. And if there's going to be blame levelled at the WDF for what they've done for the World Masters, it all started when they changed the
99.
format.
John, you require 102.
Silly, silly mistake. Nice. Double 16.
86.
That World Master from
Adrian, you require
2019
116.
may indeed still be 2-1 down.
However, once again, and not for the first time, Adrian Gray has missed a big number. And this is coming back now to cost him dearly.
84.
Could cost him big time
John,
in
you
this leg.
require
Could lose him the leg.
16.
Probably should lose him this leg.
Oh, he's in turmoil internally, I tell you that. He's off.
Game shot on the third leg.
That is not what he
John
wanted to
O'Shea.
hear. That's just going to make his pain even
Fourth leg is
saltier.
Adrian to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, don't mess with a format that works.
100.
And don't mess with a tournament that works. Not everything has to evolve. The oldest tournament in the world worked for so long because everybody embraced it. Mistakes have been made.
139.
Rectifying it didn't happen. and all of a sudden you do have a tournament that isn't as important as it once was. It's that simple.
And look, since we knew that special
41.
suites were going to be a thing, the one I've implored and I hope one day we do get to see is a Masters Specials week. I'd love to see one.
Yeah,
of
but
them.
you can't call it that, can you?
No, you can find
100.
a workaround.
Set play. But if you're going to do set play here, it's difficult because if it's short format, let's say you're going to do best of 3 sets.
26.
In best of 3 sets, you can have 4 legs. But you can also have 9.
I'm all game for that.
92.
Hey, it's good that we can have these conversations, though. There's so many ideas that can be bandied about.
Well, Adrian's the perfect guy to talk to about this because he's someone who played
54.
soft tip for years. And he's
Johnny
played
require 170.
various forms of 01, as it's called. 501, 701, 1001. And then mixing in games of cricket to go with it. Games of count up,
115.
which, if you haven't played before, is so much fun.
So Shea here, 55, to get a break, which will put in 3-1 to the
41.
goodie. Then have the darts
John, you require
in
55.
the next to cross the line and to get his second win of the day.
One player on the hockey is hot and bothered. The other one is bringing a little bit of
15.
chaos. It's hard for us to tell just how warm it is on the
97.
stage because we're a good
John, you require 40.
50, 60 feet away. It does
Game shot on
look
the
a
fourth
little bit
leg,
uncomfortable
John
for
O'Shea.
Adrian here in game number 9.
Fifth leg is John to throw first.
However, all good for the
Game
Joker. 3-1 up. And now with the darts in hand to get over the line.
140.
Where do you stand on dart players having the same nickname?
Don't necessarily like it.
100.
However, if there's a story behind it, I can live with it. Like, I know that you're not necessarily the
120.
biggest fan of somebody like Damon Heta with the Heat and the Dennis Ovens thing.
Look, I'm one of Damon's biggest fans. I think he's amazing.
100.
But the English language, and indeed German and Dutch, you can have all sorts of nicknames in different languages. If you're choosing to have a nickname that's the
60.
same as somebody else, I'm not 100% on board of that.
It's not
Now, having said that,
100.
if you have a nickname and you don't copyright it in the sport that you play, whose fault is it? Now, if you mentioned the Joker in darts,
145.
who do you think of? You think of John O'Shea, don't you? So I believe it's his responsibility to copyright the Joker darts.
60. John, you require 36.
Well, this, no laughing matter. Well, that is another one of those low pull darts.
That's a bag of laughs, that is. But there's only one person going to be laughing in a second, and his name's John.
Well, there's only one thing he wants to bag. And that is
20.
points, and he hasn't quite got it there.
Adrian, you require
Reflection
141.
falling unkindly for the Irishman. So great here. Hail Mary attempt, 141. He's not going to find that. So O'Shea's going to get 3 more at 2-8 to seal a 4-1 win and to bring the
John, you require
third
16.
cycle of fixtures to an end. Can he just nettle off the barrel? Yes,
shot.
he
And the
can. It's a
match,
4-1
John
win
O'Shea.
for John O'Shea. 2 wins out of 3 so far for the bookmakers' favourite to win this group. He is sat in a decent position, having got the better of Adrian Gray by 4 legs to 1. So we're about to begin game 10 of the day. These are results from the previous 9, and before the break, a 4-1 win for John O'Shea against Adrian Gray. It's Devin Peterson who leads the way at the top of the table as we head into the final furlongs of the group. 3 wins out of 3, 6 points to his name, is perfect for Peterson up to press. Well, next up for us, Mainte Hibner and Kevin Painter go head-to-head. For both players, I'm in a position where it feels like win at all costs to stay in the group. Now, Kev has won again today. As for Mainte, the only player yet to pick up a victory so far in this session. The bookies quoted him as second favourite to 11-4 before a dart was thrown to go on and win the group. And so by being second favourite, effectively, they thought that he would be one of the 2 players that would make it out of this Group C and into finals night on Saturday evening. As
First leg, it's Mainte to throw first.
Kev so far, it's been an up
Game
and
on.
down, kind of as you would expect from him. But he has had a little bit of time to dust himself off from that
134.
defeat against James Marcroft. And you mentioned earlier on, you reckon it's towards the latter end of the day, just because of the way Kevin plays the game in terms of the intensity, where maybe he might hit 1 or 2
60.
little bumps in the road.
Yeah, that's my observation.
40.
It looked really promising in his first round match when he was beating Adrian Gray by 4-2, but since then it's become a lot more thought-filled.
56.
One of the things about this sport is that you do play your best when you don't think, but to get through the things that he's going through, he has to think.
93.
But I think because that's always been the way he's gone about his game, is part of the reason why he's one of those players that's probably able to adapt with the
58.
situations he's been put in better than most.
Let me put it to you this way. If you're thinking
58.
too much, or if you have too many thoughts, you're going to get lost. I've seen it with so many sports stars over the years. It was the same for Kevin Na in golf. He couldn't hit the ball.
49.
He just kept stepping off. Sergio Garcia used to grip the club too much. He used to re-grip his fingers on the grip multiple times, and it would elongate every
100.
shot. You have to find a way to abbreviate the thought process.
56.
That doesn't just go for
Mainte, you
people
require 76.
coming through dartitis. That's the same for everybody.
Double 16
44.
has got time on his side. Kev not really been able to make any kind of inroads in this opening leg. Just maybe beginning to hit a bit of a brick wall here. Has to move across to the 18s,
58.
does so successfully enough to
require
leave himself on a
32.
finish.
Game shot on the
For
first
benefit
leg.
anyway,
Mainte
Hibner
Hibner.
finds the double 16 to take
Second leg
the
is
early
Kevin
lead.
to throw first. Game on.
And one thing that Hibner might target over the next few months is a host nation qualifier for the Dutch Darts Championship in Maastricht in October. I have it on good authority that that event is completely
58.
sold out. And it has been for quite some time. That is not a small arena. And if you're a Dutch dart player and you want to play on the European
97.
Tour and you don't have a tour card, that's your best chance. But if you get into that tournament, my word, be ready for something. It's going to be big and loud
39.
and almost overwhelming from the Friday afternoon. And that's what Champions Night is like. Because if you play here on a Thursday afternoon, there's nobody here.
180.
You're still going to flash or two from the 180 that you hit like that.
55.
But the thing is, if you've never been to a Champions Night before and you walk into that building and see all those fans and everybody being so expectant, it can come as a bit of a culture shock.
64.
Yeah, just a reminder for your diary, Saturday the 25th of July is when Champions Night takes place. Champions Week starts on the 20th of July. I believe there's not many, but there is the odd ticket here and there for Champions Night. Head over to the Darts World
59.
store for
Mind you
a bit
require
more info.
160.
16 days.
Yeah.
16 days until Jack Drayton's name
45.
will be joined by another on the trophy.
16 days before we take his picture off the frame and throw it in the back of the skip.
It's a bit harsh.
40. Mind you require 115.
He
59.
did have more options on that third dart. He decided to stay on the 20s. Maybe the reason for that is because if he gets the 20, he's still got 2 options left.
84. Mind you require 56.
So 56 to lead this game by 2 legs to 0. Double top it is.
Game
Double
shot on the
top
second leg.
taken
Minty
rather
headbutt.
emphatically.
Third leg is Minty's, the throw first.
Well, if there was a bullseye
Game
in the
on.
middle of tops, he's just hit it. I've just thought of something.
Go on.
When Kevin won his
85.
Players' Championship finals in 2011, he's just hit a treble and said, wow.
140.
3 darts, 3 different reactions. When he won that title, he lifted a trophy that was the trophy for that tournament for quite a few
85.
years. It is no longer the trophy for winning that tournament. Who's got it?
58.
I'm not sure if Kevin has. I've got mine because mine was a one-off. They changed it the very next
100.
time.
Mainly
Probably
because it was partly in bits.
$59.
Now you know what I've got to work with every day. Comments like that. Yeah, Henry Dickens' trophy
41.
collection is currently the size of a matchbox.
Hey, I got to a quarter-final last night.
In what?
There were 16 players, admittedly, but I got to the quarter-finals.
Of something. Okay, I'll give you credit for that. But I really
85.
want to know where that trophy is because of everybody who's won that trophy, I can categorically say that if it's not in the possession of Kevin Painter, he's the person who would want it the most.
138.
Well, Derek Coulson wants the weekly trophy. I think
85.
now he's won it five
Mighty
times
require
in a row.
50.
You can't have it. Sorry, Derek, you can't have it. You can't have this.
32.
He's getting the line right on that tops. Every dart he's
Kevin,
thrown
you
at tops in
require
this
74.
match has been right down the middle. It's not tops. He's got that angle again. Can he cushion it? Last time he went for this shot, he missed it slightly to the right. More pressure on doubles than scoring. But he's
Game
found
shot on
it.
the third leg.
It was
Kevin
worth waiting
Painter.
for, and that was a wonderful dart from Kevin.
And that deserves
Fourth
all
leg
the
is
credit in the
Kevin to throw
world.
first.
Because
Game
after
on.
that elongated pause, the easiest thing for him to do was to miss. But the fact he found it, full credit, Kev. Full credit.
Well, this weekend is not just the Week 11 finals here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It is the
135.
European Darts Open in Leverkusen, which doesn't count towards the World Match Play this year because the cut-off has already been done. But it does start the race for the match play 2027. One thing you might not know about Kevin's career is that he did play
60.
in 31 European Tour events. He didn't win any. He didn't make a final of any. But he did make a semi-final in the European Darts Open in 2014. He lost to Peter Wright. And there was no shame in that semi-final because he averaged 101 and lost 6-5.
$96.
This is where things get really interesting. Now that Kevin's got a leg, he'll think he's back in the match. But Hibma, who has not won a game today, he might feel a little fragile.
$50.
That's really smart.
$99.
That is smart as well.
Kevin,
The
you
last thing
require
you want to do is leave
160.
119.
Well, Payne's not going to take out the 160, so Hibma here looking to climb the ladder to get the breaker forward to open up a 3-1 lead. Now, Kev's already been hit by a
60.
120 today. That was by
Once you
James
require
Marcroft in the
120.
previous game that he played.
Maybe it's going to happen again.
80.
These darts really do travel fast.
Kevin, you require 100.
So ton here to square up at 2-2. And it would be Kev's third ton top of the day. Well, rather it be in the treble than the single.
Look at the positives instead of the negatives. But the negative is that you can't take the rest of that shot out.
76. Once you require 40.
So this for a 3-1 lead. And then an opportunity to serve it out in the next.
30.
Can't oblige. Painter back for Desmond scoreline.
Kevin, you require 24.
Well, Hibma has given himself a telling off. He might be in a level match now.
18.
But he might be 2 ahead. He might just have gotten away with
Once
this.
you require 10.
Yeah, and Kev knows he's missed a big trick there. Well, that first start was so workable. Just a little nestle
Fifth leg is 90 to throw
off
first.
the barrel into the
Game on.
intended target and into a 3-1 lead.
$140.
You got any inklings as to who's going to win Champions Week this time? Who's your... I'm not going to say who's your money on. I'm going to say
73.
what's the feeling you're getting in this series? Because let's face facts. A year ago, a lot of us thought that Jeff Smith was going to get it done, or Jimmy Van Schie.
45.
And they both made the final.
Do you know what? I really like the look of Henry Coates right now. I think he's playing some really good stuff. And I think when you've got your Coulters in there, your Duffs
140.
in there, I think he's Archie Self as well, because they'll take the headlines. I think he can go under the radar, cause some real damage. And how often does the favourite to win Champions League actually win Champions League? It happens less often than you think.
You make a very good point. Champions Week is not about romance. It's about winning moments. And maybe doing things that you've never done before. I mean, look at what Jimmy Van Schie did. That first international pairs in that semi-final. Hitting the ball when he needed to hit it. That's the kind of thing you need to do. In a 13-week series, you might have to hit a bull or a double to change the whole thing.
What's it our good friend and colleague Scott
55.
Mitchell says? You have to own the moment, not let the moment own you. Such a good save.
Oops. Well, he's got to go downstairs.
7.
And that hasn't gone very well. He's got to go 18s here. Oh, bull. Yeah, like it. Don't like that.
46.
Oh, no. Well, the thing is, let's talk about the positives there. 10 years ago, Kevin doesn't do that. He spends a bit of time with some younger dart players.
41.
He will notice them doing that, and he learns from it. I've seen Kevin do this for years. He will always ask questions. Okay, why's he done that? Why's she done that?
40.
And if it's something that's
Mine's
not part of his
require
arsenal, he'll figure it out
143.
and do it himself if it's something he believes in.
Well, Hibbert's not going to take his first opportunity to
57.
win this contest.
Kevin,
Well,
you
Kev
require
does like his snooker, doesn't he?
147.
What about a 147 break? Well, that time it was a rogue inset that got in his way.
$57. Mine's you
Advantage
require
Hibma.
86.
Should get a shot at the ball. Doesn't.
79.
Doesn't win the game just yet. But he gave that
Kevin,
a
you
really
require
good go at
90.
double 7.
Well, Painter's life in this game has been rather charmed. This last chance saloon. Bullseye to save it.
51.
Just never looked likely, did it? Skewed off to the left.
Mine's you require 7.
And Hibmer will be hoping that this is curtains. That this is the end. Is it the end?
No score.
We might have more drama to come.
Kevin, you require 39.
That'll do very nicely. He's got that dot again. But this time he can't use the
23.
angle.
Mine's you require 7.
Well, Hibmer has needed opportunities to rattle off legs in this game. 3 from 14 on the outer ring. One left.
Game
But he
shot.
didn't need any
And the
more than
match.
that.
Mine's you Hibma.
And Hibmer seals a 4-1 win over Kevin Painter. His first win of the group. Right, next up, we're going to see Adrian Gray take on Devon Peterson. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break we saw Minter Hibmer get the better of Kevin Painter by 4 legs to 1. So let's get into game 11, shall we? And it is a meeting between Adrian Gray and Devon Peterson. For Devon, he's the only player protecting a 100% record in this group so far. 3 games, 3 wins
First leg is
for the
Adrian to
African
throw
Warrior
first.
up to press.
Game on.
And up against Adrian Gray, who
140.
so far today has played 3, won 1, lost 2 of his matches up to press. Right, before we get into the serious business of
55.
this game, Nico, let's get to the all-encompassing business of the tungsten teaser. Because early on, I asked the question. There's 8 teams left in the FIFA World Cup as we now head to the quarterfinal stages. Of the nations that are still left in that tournament, how many of those
47.
countries have had players that have played here at the Super Series? Now, the correct answer, as you rightly got, was
7.
indeed. Now, France has had Thibaut Tricol and Nicolas Toulier, amongst many others,
57.
play here. Spain has had a number of representatives that have played here in the past, like Sir Jose Justicio, we saw a few weeks ago. Belgium, of course, are reigning international pairs champions.
180.
Brian O'Man and Andy Barton's winning that title for them. Norway with Kent Zvertsen and Cord Decker being represented here. England have had a few players here
40.
over the last few years. Argentina with Jesus Solarte. Switzerland with Stefan Belmont, which means the only country not to have been represented here at the Super Series before
59.
is Morocco.
Adrian, you require 164.
Wonder if Ashraf Hakimi can throw a dart or two. He probably can. Well, that scuppers that effort for Adrian. We might not have had any Moroccans play here, but we have had quite a few Africans
48.
from
Devon, you
Kenya,
require
Botswana, South Africa.
160.
But only one African country has got a weekly winner.
100.
And that
Adrian, you
is
require
that guy right there.
116.
I've seen a Kenyan player make a weekly final before in
76.
Peter with Cheery
Devon,
on
you
debut,
require
but
60.
those dreams were scuppered by Scott Campbell as Peterson looks at tops for the break. 2 10s.
40. Adrian, you require
If Peterson
40.
wins this game, he's likely top overnight. I say likely because Mark Croft and John O'Shea have got a game in hand next. And he's still working on something in the middle of a game.
$30.
That was not a
Devon, you
ghost throw in
require
the background.
20.
That was him working on something. Okay, seems to be working. He's
on
1-0
the
up.
first leg, Devon Peterson. Second leg is Devon to throw first. Game on.
You know when Ronaldo is standing behind the ball by his allotted steps, do you think he's wondering how he's going to kick the ball?
140.
By now, probably not.
When he's on the practice field, do you think he is?
55.
The answer is yes. Because when David Beckham was staying behind at Manchester United training and kicking the ball, doing free kicks, he was testing different ways to make the ball react to how he kicked it. When he got on the pitch, he would just do
55.
what he was practicing. What is he working on there? I want to know.
82.
And to be fair, one of the things that Devon is very good at is being very open, honest with his appraisal of things. He's I mean, one thing actually been quite interesting. I've been here a couple of times this
45.
week. Is
Devon, you
usually
require
he'd be
99.
on the stage for about an hour before the session starts, and he'd be having conversations about all sorts of stuff. I've not seen him practice on the stage yet this week. I think he's just trying to keep himself to within himself.
47.
Yeah, maybe. They do have an allotted amount of time to go and practice on the stage before Tour de Hockey. And I like that because
85.
you get your eyes accustomed to the
Devon,
lights,
you require
you
52.
get accustomed to the warmth, and how you feel on that throw.
36.
Okay, I've waited until now, but Adrian's game has really tailed off in the last couple of hours.
100.
You can see it
Devon,
in his
you require
reactions. You can see
16.
it in his output. I don't know why, but I know he's not going to be happy with it.
Again, another wayward one for Dev.
12. Adrian,
And
you
the
require
first time we've heard that
161.
today.
Why do you think we heard that? Because they weren't very good.
137. Devon,
Let's
you
call a spade
require
a spade.
4.
They weren't very good. Now, he can get over the top of that one. Only just, though. How has that landed there?
No
And then it's been
score.
knocked out. Well, that is a crazy
Adrian,
set
you
of free
require
darts. As
24.
crazy a set of free darts as you're ever going to see. I didn't know double two could be so dramatic.
Well, these are shots that Adrian shouldn't have had. And he's
Game
found
shot
his
on the
way
second
to a
leg.
1-1
Adrian
scoreline. He
Gray.
will not believe it. How has that gone
Third
there?
latest Adrian to throw first.
Honestly, I have no clue.
Game on.
It's almost as if it went over the first dart, then found a way to go underneath.
$93.
Every now and again, that happens.
180.
And you think, it looks so simple. We're talking about a guy who has had a 9-darter on the Pro Tour.
140.
It's just, I am convinced that the second flight nearly hit the board. And the point had a way of clinging to the
100.
sisal. That was a weird shot.
Yeah, that was a really good shot there, amplifying the shot that we saw there.
98.
Of course, Devon's got the fillip where because Mark Croft and O'Shea play in the next game, if he can win this, he's guaranteed to be top of the table going into
100.
the last round
Adrian,
of
you
fixtures where he
require
takes on
170.
James Markcroft.
Might be getting him at just the right time. But only if he wins this game. There could be some separation by the end of the
101.
day, and
Devon, you require
if Adrian's not
121.
careful, he could be part of the bottom three in trouble after 50% of the group. I just wonder, is he pushing too much?
87. Adrian, you require 69.
Sometimes you just got to play the game and let it come to you instead of, seeking it.
Bullseye. Not there, however, the
37.
leave isn't the worst. But for Devon, the lesser spotted double
Devon, you require
17.
34.
Don't do it. Not with your angle of attack. Go for a 10 or a 6. Or 2. Yeah, that's a very good shot. Very good shot indeed. I'm not going to say that the single was perfect because it
Fourth leg
nearly
is
hit
Devon
treble
to
2,
throw
but the
first.
third dart was an absolute
Game on.
dream.
Backs to the wall for Adrian Gray. Peterson leads 2-1.
140.
Those 3 darts were thrown very, very well.
Just keep that rhythm in mind.
41.
Look at that. Clean as a whistle. The fault he's got
41.
is in dart 2 there. It comes out late, and then dart 3, he throws his upper body at it. He's trying to overcompensate.
84.
Some people's problems in this sport are very hard to diagnose. His is very simple.
Is he, to a certain extent, by fixing one problem,
91.
causing another one
Yes,
for
he
himself?
is. Absolutely. He's in a ball pit of problems in his own mind, when in fact, it's an easy
100.
fix if you're willing to do the work for the next 3 months and stick to it. Look at the right shoulder. Every time it climbs.
41.
That only happens if the body is engaged too much. Honestly, for this advice, I should be sending him an
140.
invoice.
$50. Adrian, you require 135.
Well, to get us back on to level terms again. And again, that low dart for Adrian.
83. Devon, you require 138.
Almost feels like he struggled on the bullseye today. I don't think I've ever said that about Adrian Gray.
Because it goes against every single fibre of his darting being.
60. Adrian, you require 52.
However, single to double to square us up. 2 in hand, a double 16.
Game shot
He
on the
needs a
fourth
one,
leg.
clean as a
Adrian
whistle.
Gray.
2-2.
Maybe one thing that can help
Fifth leg
Adrian
is
is that he
Adrian,
hasn't
so for
lost to
first.
Peterson this week. In fact, this is going to be
on.
the closest game they've had this week. They've not even had 6 legs in a contest.
Well, this game going 2-2 breaks a slew of 4-1 scorelines, the last 4 going by that particular margin.
140.
Now, riddle me this, Nico.
Riddle accepted.
Has Adrian Gray changed his flights? Doesn't look like there's a pattern on these.
66.
You've been fooled, young sir.
Oh, yes, I have been fooled.
Because they're only imprinted on one side. You don't see them there because of the angle of that shot. But you do see them
60.
there. They're very clever.
5 hours sat in this booth and I have just begun to go stir crazy. So I still got another 5 hours to go.
I was trying to figure out what the symbol was on
60.
Adrian's collar. It looked remarkably similar to the logo for Manchester United.
121.
I don't have him down as a United fan.
I've known Adrian a long time. I don't think he's a Man U fan. If he is, I
100.
don't know how I didn't know that.
I believe Devon Peterson's Liverpool, isn't he?
He is. Damien Hetter is Nottingham Forest. Amongst other things.
140.
Adam Leake is a Portsmouth fan, I've been told on good authority.
Is that your fault?
It partially is my fault, yes.
Yeah, Simon Whitlock's a Portsmouth fan, but
105.
that's geographically.
Adrian,
He doesn't go
you
to games or
require 40.
anything. We know where Adrian's going. He's not getting close to it, but you've still got a shot left. Look what he's doing with his shirt. He's actually wiping the dart with his shirt, and he's still got plenty to aim at if he just moves a little bit to the right.
$20.
He is evidently struggling with the release. That was a shot
Devon,
to
you
lead
require
this game.
170.
Maybe the conditions are getting to him. It is very warm down there. But if there are 2 players in this group that should be able to
119.
play in these
Adrian, you
conditions.
require
I would say these
20.
two. Devon's from South Africa, and Gray's played all over the world. He's found a way to
Shot
get
on the
that
fifth
3-2
leg,
lead.
Adrian Gray.
Very well done. He gives himself a round of
Sixth leg is
applause.
Devon to throw first.
Again, you don't see that
Game
from
on.
Adrian too often. He's usually really good at keeping things within himself.
I agree, but try being a dart player in these conditions when there's pressure on
125.
and your mind starts playing tricks on you. He's played in places like Kuala Lumpur, Hong Kong, Tokyo. He's played in
45.
Vegas. Vegas is different. It's a dry heat. But the one thing that's different when you're playing in venues like that compared to here, this is smaller.
180.
It feels closer.
And also, for example, in Las Vegas, a lot of the venues do use air conditioning, and I believe the venue for the World Masters will have aircon in it.
They usually
60.
turn it off 1 minute before Tour de Hockey. So it goes from an air-conditioned room, and within 5 minutes, oh, there's that heat you were talking about. That's what they used to do at the Las Vegas Desert Classic.
140.
Well, this game, from this
50.
point,
Devon, you
looks
require
absolutely
56.
destined for a last leg decider. Devon was involved in the last one against Kevin Painter.
36.
Should be heading back to that well, just taking his time.
Well, this is
26.
not good for the last leg
Devon, you
decider.
require 20.
Adrian's not getting any positive information leading into it, which isn't
No
happening
score.
yet. You can use this visit to get that positivity moving. You're probably going to lose the leg, but do something good to make yourself feel good
70.
ahead of that leg.
Devon, you require 20.
Double 10 is eventually found,
shot on the
and we
sixth leg,
eventually
Devon
go the
Peterson.
distance.
7th and deciding leg is Adrian to throw first. Game on.
Well, a game which has been marred by missed doubles. 3 from 13 for Gray, 2 for 17, or 3 from 18, shall I say, for Devon Peterson.
46.
Devon, by the way, sneakily has had 4 180s in this game.
It was a bit like Adrian's game earlier. Had 4 180s, and we didn't really understand that it was that good.
60.
And it's been those 180s, effectively, has brought him those extra chances at a double. But what gives in this? Remember, Devon protecting an
100.
unblemished record, having won each of his previous 3 games. As for Adrian, he's looking to keep himself in contention. Win here, then all of a sudden you've got Peterson on 6, one of Markov and O'Shea guaranteed to be on 6. The loser will be on 4, Gray will be on 4. Peterson wins. Then Gray is guaranteed to be 4 points off a qualifying position going into the final round's worth of action.
59.
Got to stay strong in mind here. The last leg wasn't very good, but this could be so different. Things are changing again. It's another 180 for Peterson.
180.
Now the mission changes. You've got to get in the same vicinity as Peterson as quickly as you can.
60.
Only 1 treble in 4 visits. And that is why Gray is not on a finish.
100.
And Peterson on 78 after 12 to wrap this up and to get his 4th consecutive win. The bookmakers had him as the 10-1
60.
outsider
Devon, you require 78.
at the beginning of the day to go on and win this group. And you could understand why after Group A.
Absolutely.
But what a marked improvement this has been on Thursday. And he's getting the Just
Man of the
Awards
match,
for it,
Devon
because that
Peterson.
is a 4th consecutive win for the African Warrior. Devon Peterson moves on to 8 points as a result of a hard-fought 4-3 win over Adrian Gray. We kick off at the earlier time of 5:30 on Saturday night to see who is going to win Week 11 here of Series 14 of the Modus Super Series. And the way this session's going, if we don't speed up, we might overrun into that particular Saturday. But anyway, into Game 12 and a meeting between John O'Shea and James Marcroft. Before the break, we saw Devon Peterson make it 4 wins out of 4 following a 4-3 victory over Adrian Gray. Now, these two find themselves at 4 points. 2 wins, 1 defeat from their opening trio of games. The winner guaranteed to
James to throw first.
move on to 6
Game
points
on.
in the table, a couple behind the African Warrior. Now, Markov takes on Devon Peterson in the final game of the session. Whilst for John O'Shea, after this one, he'll complete
123.
his programme of 5 against the artist, Kevin Painter. Be interesting to see how this one plays out. And it feels like an important game in terms of a jostle for position in this particular group, because the winner will guarantee second position going into the final round's worth of fixtures and gives themselves the best possible opportunity of putting themselves right in touch
99.
going into Friday's action.
Yeah, at this stage, it really does look like it's a 3-way battle for the top 2 spots between
39.
these two and Devon Peterson, who hasn't put a foot wrong points-wise today.
96.
It's very easy for us to get carried away with somebody winning 4 out of 4, isn't it? And saying they've been incredible. Well, Devon's been better than all of his
60.
opponents. That's different. But I tell you what, if he wins 4 games on Saturday night, it's another weekly title. So by not getting carried
24.
away, we can be realistic, which sometimes is better.
And you know that
98.
there's this saying, oh, the best player always prevails. What a load of nonsense that is. Because sometimes you've just got to be good enough at the right time. And do you know what?
John, you require
Devon hasn't played
170.
the kind of level we know he's capable of. But when he's needed to be good enough, he has been good enough. And that has been the key for him today.
40. James, you require 100.
Okay, double 16.
84.
He doesn't spend much time
John, you
thinking,
require
that's for sure.
130.
Just the one triple here for O'Shea to give himself a poke at the bullseye. Well, that said triple is now very much blocked. Nearly nestled away through, but he had a drawbridge in the
44.
way.
James, you require 16. Game shot on the first leg.
Slam that
James
one into
Markle.
double 8. He does
Second leg
throw
is
those
John to
darts
throw
very
first.
hard.
Game on.
Some people do. One of the greatest things about
99.
the Modus Super Series is, would we ever see James Marcroft play on stage under the lights doing things like that
180.
if this didn't begin? Highly unlikely.
I raise you a few more cases. Would we see Jimmy Van Schie as a world champion?
45.
Probably not. Will we see Tom Sykes on a European tour making semi-finals? Probably not. I could probably digress a few further cases. Adam Warner,
47.
for example. The money he got for winning this week, paid for his Q-School entry, got a tour car, he's been on tour for 3 years ever since.
180.
I'd go so far to say we definitely wouldn't have seen Derek Coulson.
Unequivocally.
41.
And he's probably been one of the best stories to have ever come out of this place.
Yeah, story's not finished though.
As
97.
Natasha Bedingfield said, the rest is still unwritten.
Did someone
58.
buy that album yesterday?
Johnny require
And you were listening to it
80.
all morning on the CD player.
It was on in the car on the way into the venue as O'Shea looks at double 10.
John, don't go over there. go over there. Throw it high and go over the top, because you know you can. Higher.
60.
Well, luckily for him, he's got a bit of time on his side. However, what pressure can Marcroft apply here?
83. John, you require 20.
Yeah, the line was pretty good, but the weight of dart wasn't. He's going to have to do it again. John, stop shaking your head. You can do this. Just go a little bit closer to double six.
I promise you this isn't a replay.
Right. This is going to have to be a shot that is akin to Aintree Racecourse. Oh! Seriously?
Game shot in the second leg. John O'Shea. Third leg is James to throw first.
He knows that is a ridiculous dart. And even he had a bit of a smile with his new Nashers.
We both had a glance over at one another as to how that found a way through, how it nestled its way to the bed. That might well be dart
55.
of the week. It's going to take some dart to top it.
$100.
Do you know what, Henry? I could ask you what is your favourite Joker quote, but you haven't seen any of the Joker-related movies, have you?
100.
My favourite Joker quote is, "I've got the consistency of porridge," but that was a quote of John O'Shea.
100.
Genuinely, when he was struggling for form, he said, "I've got the consistency of a bowl of porridge."
140.
I really don't know what that means.
Basically,
60.
it means inconsistency.
It means his form's a bit lumpy.
And if it's a bit lumpy, it's not consistent, as you should know, because...
56.
Well, mind you, porridge, I
James, you
can't
require
see being something you
156.
make.
There's a time and a place.
$54.
Now, John is
you
starting
require
to eat away at
150.
Marcroft here. Starting to cause just a little bit more chaos.
43.
But that doesn't help.
James, you require 102.
That's the kind of visit we've seen today from a lot of people. Visits that have promise and they end with a whimper.
70.
Well, James. Was that dart
John, you
too
require
hot for you?
107.
Because he threw it so swiftly.
Double 18.
75.
That is not the first time he's done that on that
James, you
target.
require
Hit it low and
32.
hit the 4.
Yeah, last time he did it with 3 darts in hand. This time on a combination. And it has
Game.
resulted
Jonathan
in him
leg,
losing
James
that leg.
Marcroft. Fourth leg is John to throw first. Game on.
As a byproduct of it, James Marcroft moves his way towards the halfway point of victory in this game.
81.
He's working very hard, isn't he? I tell you what, the more you watch him,
97.
the more up and down that throw is. It's almost like he's going onto tiptoes when he throws.
Well, you can see he's throwing more of an air of intensity, but as
45.
he becomes more intense, as speedier his throw gets.
140.
He's beginning to border on Lauby Evans-esque territory for quickness.
I don't know anybody who would mind.
97.
There's no time limit to throwing 3 darts, even though some people have said that there should be.
57. $100. $59.
Who's the favourite for this leg now? Very much in the balance. Oh, that's a
92.
valuable last start.
James, you require 148.
Let's see if Marcroft can get this first treble. How about the second?
100.
Well, that 54 from
Johnny
John
require
now sets up a
86.
very gettable out. Bull.
61.
Scared
James,
it,
you
but couldn't
require
quite scare it
48.
enough. And so this for the break and a 3-1 lead. Can he walk away for the middle? No, he can't.
32. John, you require 25.
And so this to bring us back to Desmond's point.
Game shot on the fourth
And there we
leg.
are,
John
Desmond's
O'Shea.
point. 2-2.
Fifth leg is James to throw first. Game on.
And James Markov's not the only player on this stage who finds himself rather fired up.
97.
He's getting into the swing of things now.
$46. $100.
Well, Henry, there's no Desmond's point in the world that I'm aware of, but I know of a Desmond Doss point, which is in Japan.
46.
But it is a Desmond game, like you say.
$92. $60.
And Marcroft on 2-1-2 is thinking max to leave 32. But from this position, knowing where John is,
59.
the most important thing is eat away at your score and just make sure that you get the 3-2 lead, because you should be winning the leg from here.
$56. James, you require 153.
I've just been out into the conditions between this game and the last. It is very warm.
117.
These players really are going through the ringer to get as many points today. But if they think that tomorrow's going to be any cooler, think again. This weather here on the south coast of England is here to stay.
And the fact it's a slightly earlier start on Saturday and the
James, you
temperature's
require
meant to peak
36.
on Saturday, it could be bordering on unbearable in here.
Game
Beautiful shot, 16 darter. And he's going to get 2 cracks at another 2 points.
It's going to be like some of the times in the Winter Gardens where the heat is going to have to be an object the players are going to have to overcome.
134.
However, they've got to get to Saturday first for that to become a problem. Now, let's have a look at John O'Shea from a sideline angle, because one thing that's become rather prominent, you can see it there, is there's a kick of the back foot. Now, it's rather pronounced, more pronounced now than perhaps it ever has been. It's almost to a Richie Burnett-esque kick.
39.
But the reason why Richie Burnett kicks out is rather different to the reason why John O'Shea kicks out.
Some people don't even know they're doing it.
59.
The first thing you need to understand is if you look at the back leg going out, what's happening with the front leg? It's all about balance. The human body knows how to balance itself. It's even distribution of weight over both feet.
140.
As a right-hander, he's putting about 80% into his right side. He is constantly, when he throws his darts, you can't quite see it because of the
39.
score graphic, he's throwing onto the right ridge of his right foot. He's actually going over weight-wise.
59.
And the back leg is coming up as a counterweight to make sure he's balanced. This is a symptom of a different centre of gravity.
133.
Post-weight loss.
$58.
Well, he's looking to make a
John, you
big
require
kick
60.
here. This to take us all the way to a last leg decider, but he's going to have to spurn one.
40.
And he needed more than one.
James, you
This
require
could be
104.
curtains.
It may just be. Oh, hello. was a bit different.
96.
Why are people going for the treble
John,
12
you
on
require 20.
that shot?
John O'Shea, a pesky double 10. Where have you been
James,
there
on the
before?
safe leg, John
And
O'Shea.
where has he found that before?
Seventh and
And
deciding
we go
leg
all the
is
way
James to
to
throw
a last leg
first.
decider.
It also might have something to do with the fact that he looks
Game
like
on.
he's limping. I may be wrong. If
59.
this game gets away from Marcroft, he's not going to be happy. And he's got the small matter of Devon Peterson to come in game 15.
96.
That's the kind of shot that he had earlier. He just wasn't able to execute it.
137.
Practice makes perfect.
Stop.
It's going to be a long couple of days, isn't it?
Yeah, for me.
140. $60.
John's got a really good chance now if he can get to a finish first. Oh,
57.
John, you should have gone to the 60. Open target. He was more likely to leave a finish with the treble 20 as opposed to the 57.
93.
He's still got to get there now. Marcroft has scared a couple of big finishes today.
44.
He could use this.
James, you require 152.
First poke is James Marcroft's. Another one of them would have left double 16. He gave that every chance, but it was a vociferous deflection off the barrel.
He threw that so hard. There was debris.
101. John, you require 164.
164 was O'Shea's opportunity to get over the line, unable to execute, and so Marcroft here,
93.
providing he stays straight,
James, you
should
require
get 2 darts
51.
and a double of choice to get this wrapped up. As I say, providing he stays straight, 38 scored, so that means 13 left. Double 6 doesn't go, and
39.
O'Shea's going to get his opportunity.
What a chance
John,
this
you
is for
require
John.
71.
It's on a plate. Let's see if he can hurdle to tops. Hurdle to 4. Hurdle to 1.
31.
And can't take the points. And he understands that was his only chance
James, you require 12.
to get this one. He does not believe that Marcroft is going to miss again.
Well, he stands as if he's waiting for a pint at the bar, and he might well be in last chance saloon here, John O'Shea. However,
No score.
they have called last orders. They've called for one last chance.
John, you require 40.
He was giving it the take it easy Del boy, wasn't he? Well, don't take it easy. Take 10s. He
Shot.
snags
And
it.
the match.
And
John
the weekly
O'Shea.
winner does indeed steal the game away by 4 legs to 3. It might take a little bit of time for him to understand how he did so. It wasn't a brilliant game, but he has got the win by 4 legs to 3.
Let's get it on. The last round of fixtures in this Group C. Before the break, John O'Shea got the better of James Markov by 4 legs to 3, but it's Devon Peterson who leads the way at the top of the table. And as you can see, 4 games, 4 wins, 8 points to his name. We'll see Devon in game 13, but before that, Adrian Gray and Minter Hibma will finish off their sessions. Both players having picked up just a solitary win from their full games. One will finish on 4 points. They'll keep themselves maybe possibly afloat, but they'd need to have a big day on Friday. Probably have to complete the card on Friday, if truth be told, if they're going to make their way into Saturday night's final, which has an earlier start time of 5:30 p.m. here on Pluto TV.
45.
Of the two, and I know they've had their struggles and they've had their trials and tribulations, but who's had a marginally better day, do you think?
100.
That is a really difficult question. That's a really tough question.
96.
Adrian, in round number 2, beat James Markov by 4 legs to 2, and at that point you think
100.
he's starting to kick in, he's doing some nice things, but since then he's really struggled. If Hibma has struggled, he hasn't shown it.
60.
He's just gone up there and done his thing, and I think he was a little bit unlucky in the first couple of rounds.
96.
As for who I'm expecting to win this game, I think Hibma is more likely to win it, because it very much depends on how Adrian feels in these conditions and how his darts come out of the hand.
45. 105.
Well, the 25 there leads himself on a ton after 12.
85. Once you require 100.
Adrian's done really well to leave a finish there. He wasn't messing around with tops,
42.
which was the right decision, but
Adrian, you
straight
require
off his line
170.
massively there.
Which is even more surprising with the way Dart 1 went in. But anyway, 170 here for Adrian Gray. The big fish isn't going to be reeled in. And not for the first time this week have we seen Adrian drop a dart.
134.
However, good recovery leaves himself on a double. This now has to go.
Oh no, there's that straight to the left again, just like
26.
the previous visit.
Adrian, you require 36.
One thing I will say is expect 7 legs here. That is double 14 left. I'm not sure what he's laughing about, actually. But usually when someone laughs like that, it's because they're uncomfortable, not because something's funny.
Game shot on the first leg, Adrian Gray.
Well, you know what they say, who has the last laugh laughs the longest. And that's
Second leg
exactly
is
what Adrian
90
Gray's
for
got in that
first.
particular leg.
Game on.
I think only he knows what happened there. But every game they've had this week has been 4-3, and every game has been won.
60.
I'll leave it right there. Have a guess. If you haven't been tuning in for the first 3 days, have a guess who's won all 3.
66.
By 4 legs to 3. It is the man in black and yellow who has won every game via the 7th leg. Adrian is not a greenhorn in this sport. He's not
60.
a rookie. He'll remember that he's lost 4-3 3 times, and he'll want to square the ledger a little bit.
96. $25.
You can tell that these are two players who, in terms of confidence, what's happened today has just completely shot them at that.
It does flatten you if you've lost 2 or 3 times,
100.
especially in a row. But to Hibma's credit, he's the one who lost 3 in a row and then managed to win off the back of 3 losses. Just in relation to the conditions as well. Post 180 there from Great, who was on for a darting albatross. It was a certain Miss Kostyuk, who is in the semi-finals of Wimbledon right now. She said something to Lee McKenzie yesterday in her interview when she won
170
against Paolini. She said, "I know you guys are really all liking the weather here, but we aren't." I thought that was a great comment, because if you're competing in these conditions, whether indoors or out,
you require 86.
they're not enjoying it.
Yeah, when it's stifling hot at the World Match Play in a couple of weeks, I'm not sure the player's going to exactly love those conditions.
If these conditions
Adrian, you
go
require
to the northwest of
110.
England in about 12, 13 days, trust me, those players are going to go through hell.
50. You require 25.
Double 12. Double 6.
Game.
And
Shot
it
on the
goes
second
one apiece.
leg,
Genuine
mighty
question
Hibma.
here.
Third leg is Adrian to throw
Because,
first.
yes, we've had the
Game
match
on.
play in the summer, but I'm not sure when the match play's been played in conditions like the ones maybe we've been experiencing the last few weeks in the UK. Is there a protocol in place
120.
if say the temperature in the arena and the temperature outside exceeds a certain temperature where certain add-ons have to be put in place? So say, for example, maybe an extra brake has to be put in or extra things are
41.
put into place.
Oh, come on, hydration break, boy. Seriously, they get a hydration break after 5 legs, 10 legs, 15 legs? The answer is no, because they already have
95.
protocols backstage to keep the players cool. Ironically, if you've never been to the match play, you might not know this. It's sickeningly hot on the
140.
stage when the conditions are hot outside because the heat permeates. But backstage, it's very cool. So they do get a good break from the stage. So no protocols are needed. Just get on that stage, you've got to handle it. Ask Adrian, he's played there.
$60.
But the Winter Gardens has been upgraded a little bit year on year. The Winter Gardens, I believe, is run by a charity these days.
45.
But they are constantly upgrading different parts of the building to make it better. As for the Empress Ballroom, I don't know if they've done anything to it.
54. Adrian, you require 141.
That second dart was a lot better of the bull because he's not been great on the bull today. You
85.
see there from Hibma, he was throwing that even harder.
Adrian, you require
That might be a
76.
sign of sweaty palms. By the looks of it, I don't think he's got a towel up there.
No, using your non-throwing hand as a towel is not usually the wisest tactic in the world.
36.
No, it's not.
90, you require 121.
But for a man who's already hit a 167 on this stage this week, 121 is a lot easier. Bullseye. Yet again, we're seeing good leave. But he didn't want to leave
40.
anything.
Because by keeping a leave, Gray has a chance to take the lead.
20.
If the truth be told, it never looked likely.
Mind you require 32. Game.
That didn't feel likely either, but he's found it with his third dart.
Fourth leg, it's Minty to throw first. Game on.
2-1 Hibma needs. He's got the break he needs to win this match.
I can't say I've heard
96.
his first or surname before. We've had a lot of Dutch players here. We've had a lot of Van somethings. Yeah,
42.
that'd be a turn up for the books, wouldn't it? If someone turned up something Van something. That is the actual name. But Minter, never seen that name before.
97.
Never seen the surname Hibma before.
$60.
It's incredibly diverse for such a small country.
$85.
I was talking earlier on about Kevin Painter's record in European Tour events. You
11.
might be surprised to hear that Adrian's only ever played in one. That was back in 2017. And he lost to a Dutchman.
180.
And that's just going to make Adrian feel even worse. Here's a Dutch player that has not played here, but beat Adrian at the Austrian Darts Open in 2017, which was won by Michael van Gerwen against Michael Smith in a wonderful final in Vienna.
Once you require 43.
But the person who beat him? Vincent van der Meer.
Game shot on the fourth
And he's
leg.
being beaten by Hibma again.
Fifth leg is Adrian to throw first.
This is now a mind game.
Game on.
Almost feels rather
22.
resignatory now, doesn't it, for Adrian Gray? Today has just not gone to plan whatsoever. It's been in keeping with his week. The truth be told,
59.
he's never really got started in this week 11. And if he loses this game, I think we're pretty safe in saying that come the end of the
60.
first day's worth of play in Group C, that his week could be coming to a crashing halt come the end of Friday's
59.
action.
But if he does lose this game, what he needs from the last two games in the schedule, he could do with Kevin Painter getting a win
60.
against John O'Shea to stop him from getting to 8 points. And then he could do with James Marcroft
100.
getting a win against Devin Peterson, because that condenses things just a little bit. And it still opens up the possibility of
45.
getting 5 out of 5 tomorrow. 12 points might be enough. But more often than not,
61.
12 isn't enough. Especially when you've chased to get that 12 points. I will never, ever forget when Richie Howson was in Group C.
45.
He lost his first game, he lost his second game, and at that point we thought, he can't afford to lose again. And we didn't know it at the time, but by the end of Friday, he needed
140.
to win every game. Because if he didn't, he would have gone out on 14 points.
Yeah, the Matthew Edgar rule
54.
of 3 in terms of defeats.
Once you require 82.
Well, this is to get it wrapped up, and it should be done rather quickly, you'd say, from this point onwards. It's double top.
62.
Still got to get the job done.
The way this week has gone against Hibma, if Adrian is eliminated come this time tomorrow, you'll be glad to see the back of this guy.
137. Mind you require 20.
Well, he's posed a question. Remember, Adrian Gray led this game 1-0. But mine to Hibma. looking to rattle off 4 on the spin.
10.
There could still be life in this game. There still could
Adrian,
be
you
life in
require
this
78.
contest.
You know what they say in CPR? You've got to keep it to the tune of staying alive.
Oh
and
my.
that is something
No
we
score.
did not expect to see.
I couldn't see it. Mind you require 10.
In soft tip, that's the leg.
Well, Adrian
6.
Gray gets a stay of execution. But the problem is, because
Adrian,
of
you
that straight
require
dart low
78.
into the 60, he's got to go all the way back to the start.
Nice and high. Aim point, go about a centimetre above it, just to be safe. You want this dart to be about a centimetre below tops. Just like that. And that's
Game shot on
why.
the 5th leg, Adrian Gray.
Yeah, stick the darts, 80. Your dancing needs a bit of work.
6th leg is Minties are very first.
I've seen
Game
moves
on.
like that in Pop World in the past. Well, at least he's fun of the funny side of it all.
I think the one person who's cringing
28.
at that dance work is his wife, Abby.
I can get behind dancing like that.
Would you stop?
Well, what's happening now? He's certainly getting rather animated, isn't he?
60. $96. $60. $45.
Well, he's pointing at something. And maybe he's pointing towards the beginning of a comeback conquest, the
70.
Conqueror.
$41. $57. $140.
What's happened all week?
Mind you require 106.
Gray versus Hibma is 7 legs. If
53.
you think the emotional
Adrian, you
torture
require
for
94.
Adrian in this game is anything, think about if he takes it to leg 7. Because he will have to go
31.
through what he's been through 3 times already
Mind
this
you
week.
require 53.
Unless this is hit, of course.
He's already mismatched darts, and he's missed 2
13.
more.
Adrian,
He
you require
has had
63.
handfuls of opportunities to bring this one to an end. But maybe the drama in this contest is only just beginning, because Adrian Gray steps up for double top to take us all the way. And he is taking his time. Or shall I say double 16?
31.
Hibma's looking at tops to get it wrapped up.
Mind you require 40.
He's already had more than a handful. But this is really important. To end the day on a win and to end on 4 points after day 1.
Game shot.
That is what he does, and that is his best win against Adrian Gray this week. It's 4 out of 4 against the Conqueror. He wins by 4 legs to 2 ahead of our last 2 matches, starting with John O'Shea against Kevin Painter.
Welcome back. We're here at the live lounge in Portsmouth, where on this Group C afternoon, we've got 2 more matches for you. And we're going to kick off with a meeting between John O'Shea and Kevin Painter, both looking to bring their sessions to a close. Kev having picked up the 1 win. John O'Shea can move on to 8 points level at the top with Devon Peterson, who plays in the final game of the session.
First leg is John to
against
throw
James
first.
Markroft. Will have an opportunity
Game on.
to complete the card and put himself in charge of this Group C going into the final session of which. But it's O'Shea to get us underway in this one. Lost his opening
41.
match to Devon by 4 legs to 1, but since then has been perfect. 3 wins on the spin. As for Kev, it started so positively for him. Won his opener, came close to winning games
85.
2 against Devon, but seemingly that's as good as it's got for KP on this Thursday afternoon as John O'Shea qualifiers in the game's
180.
first maxi.
Well, whatever you've got left, this is what you put your efforts into. Last game, all your concentration, all your focus. Treat this like a final.
42.
And if you're John, who was the favourite to win the group, he could indeed be sharing top spot with the person who was least favourite.
54.
Go figure.
Darts can be a silly game sometimes. I'm sure there's nobody that would tell you that more than Kev Pater, who's found his first 180 of the game.
180.
Just poking O'Shea on the shoulder.
140.
Riposte.
You were the one that said that we had some feisty characters in this group. I think you were referring to these two, weren't you?
Yeah, I mean, we both know the way these two like to play the game. They like to play with an air of intensity, sometimes an air of edge. And they're not afraid to get stuck in to one another.
That's what he was afraid of.
38.
Probably should have switched.
John, you require
On dot two.
86.
Only stay on the 60 if you need to.
Double top, just low.
66.
Well, we've seen Kev take out the 105 and
Kevin, you
the
require
142
156.
today. Has he got a big one in the locker here?
There's your answer.
95.
Tell you what, he got 95 there, but he threw all three of those
John, you require 20.
really well.
Game
Double
shot on
10,
the first
no
leg,
blockages,
John O'Shea.
and a 1-0 lead.
Second leg is Kevin to throw first.
No
Game on.
problemo.
What movie was famous for that phrase?
I don't know, I just
40.
know it from the In-Betweeners.
Terminator 2.
Never seen it.
96.
I'll be back for more film knowledge soon.
Yeah, I can imagine Arnie saying that. I'll be back for more.
134.
Yeah, Jim Cameron, if you're watching. Forget about Arnie in the next Terminator movie. Henry Deacon's here. I'll be back for more.
100. $100.
Oh my. Well, we've seen a few darts slip today, but I think that one takes the cake.
53.
Conditions for tonight are going to be difficult for the likes of Scott Taylor and the rest of the gang. Lee Evans joins the group, the one from Swindon-ish.
100.
Well, that was some reaction. He actually did that on the follow-through. That was really impressive from John.
Well, forget about the Terminator. He was showing a bit of Durati
135.
kit.
Kevin, you require 127.
Can't stay there, but has to go back.
57.
Okie
John, you
dokie.
require 117.
Can't figure that one out. Not like Kevin to do something not from the textbook.
57.
So this to bring us back on to level terms.
Yeah, when Kevin was on
Kevin, you require
88,
70.
he went for 18s. He's never really been a fan of double 17. Well, that's a happy accident. So now he's got his pick. And this is the right call. Because if there's
Game
been
shot on the
one
second
double
leg,
today that
Kevin
he's been really
Painter.
good at, it has been that one.
Third leg is John to throw first.
Well, back
Game
on level terms.
You know, we got to watch what we see. You know, he watches everything back.
100.
Kev.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, I know.
That's why I said that famous thing to Stuart Pike once. Oh, Pikey, have a bit of that, son. It's one of the best tournament-winning interviews in PDC history. Because apparently,
40.
said journo had said something not too kind about him, and Kevin took it as motivation.
45.
And whatever the sport, he is very passionate. I mean, I've been at an Ipswich Town game with Kev Painter.
58.
And my goodness, is that an experience. Teddy Butcher was actually 2 rows in front.
That was a rather casual name drop from Mr. Deacon there.
60.
Didn't recognise him without a bandage on.
Anything else you want to drop in there?
Well, the fact the game was at St Mary's, we were in the away end, and Matthew Edgar somehow, I don't know how, but he managed to find a way into the hospitality suite that night. Him and Paul Hinks were having cheese and biscuits whilst we were in the away end. Yeah, Paul Hinks went for cheese and biscuits in a tracksuit.
You're mindful of useless information, aren't you?
Oh, yes.
99.
It always puzzles me why dart players watch everything back. There are certain players who are noted for
100.
watching every single one of their games back in detail. But can you imagine Eliud Kipchoge after he's done a 2-hour marathon saying, oh, I fancy watching that back, you know?
Just imagine you finished last at the marathon.
100.
Yeah, fair to say that Kipchoge didn't finish last in any marathons he ran.
140.
Bit easy if you run a 100-metre sprint.
I think you're kind of missing the point, Henry.
$140.
This
John,
is
you
a very
require
competitive leg.
56.
15 darts thrown each, both on a small 2-darter.
Game
And
shot
that
on
is a
third
very
leg,
tidy
John
17.
O'Shea.
Tidy enough game so far, and a game that O'Shea leads 2-1.
And make no mistake, anything.
Well, something's happened here. Now, the players have alerted the referee, Anton May, to say, now he's just taken a stride off stage just to work out what the issue may possibly be. But the fact that both players have made a suggestion to the referee kind of tells us that something perhaps is awry, which comes at an important juncture because O'Shea, obviously with a win here, would move on to 8 points overnight. And Kev, if he can win this, then he can put himself back into the picture.
Yeah, if Kevin wins this game, he would go to 4 points. Now, John O'Shea, as you can see from that table, is currently sitting on 8 points because he has a 2-1 lead here after 3 legs. So that is a provisional 4 wins from 5 day for John O'Shea. James Marcroft will take on Devon Peterson in our last match. And Devon, having played 4 games, he is definitely going to have a chance of getting to 5 wins out of 5. Just a little bit of a reminder as to what happens a little bit later on. We've got Group B, which will include the world champion from 1995, Richie Burnett. Ron the Bon Meulenkamp will be back. The left-hander from the Netherlands, dangerous as ever. Lee Evans from England will join Scott Taylor and Carl Wilson, who found their way to second and third position in Group A this week, behind Lewis Pride, who won 12 out of his 15 games to make sure he's got 2 days off.
I think we are almost ready to get things back underway. Both players happy with conditions. O'Shea leads 2-1. Painter with the throw in leg 4 to try and get himself back into the contest. Well, an unscripted stoppage in play. Will probably work out a little bit better for Payton than it did O'Shea, but both players were unhappy about something. So when both players agree on something, the referee will intervene, whether that's possibly moving the board a little bit or any other such issues.
42.
It illustrates that the referees do more than just call numbers. They are responsible for an awful lot when the players are on the stage.
60.
Player safety. Calling the game right down the middle. And making sure that if there are any issues, that the
59.
referee knows exactly what to do.
But on that stage, the referee is the power, the authority. Doesn't matter what anybody else says. When it's game on,
45.
they are in charge.
Do you remember at last year's World Cup when Gary Anderson asked for a review about a foul dart and Kirk Bevan said, there's no such thing.
100.
Even though in PDC darts there is a second referee backstage in case there are any infractions.
Yeah, usually that's to deal with things like players being in the exclusion zone
81.
and other such misdemeanors.
Yeah, like that is sheriffed enough.
Well, the only time that the second referee's ever been visible on the stage was that infamous game between Christo Reyes and Wes Newton at the
58.
Worlds, where Russ Bray had to recommence the final leg of that particular contest.
Yeah, I wouldn't bring that up in the company of Wes Newton.
Launchpad of Christo
42.
Reyes' career, and for Wes Newton, unfortunately, the kind of the opposite became a fact.
44.
Well, maybe that stoppage did have an effect on John.
33.
He's most definitely limping. 21 leaves 112. That leaves 109. And that
43.
doesn't. What John does next stipulates what Kevin does. And over the course of the last few weeks, I've
44.
seen more people going for treble 18
Kevin, you
here
require 90.
than ever before. He's decided not to go for the 20s and bull or the 60 double 15 shot because he's more likely
66.
to have
Johnny
two
require
visits than just the
154.
one.
Well, O'Shea's not going to take out the 154, so Painter back for double 12 to get us back onto level terms at 2-2.
39. Kevin, you require 24.
Should be even Stevens. And even
Shot on the
Stevens
fourth
it
leg,
is.
Kevin Painter.
Painter pins the double 12 and we're back at 2-2.
Fifth leg is John to throw first.
Don't mess with Kevin Painter.
Game on.
It must be an Essex thing. He's just done a Lloydie.
$84.
Even won the leg.
The only thing missing from that was, you what? You what, you what, you what? Classic Painter.
55. $83.
Devin Peterson has not been on the hockey for quite some time. The last game he played against Adrian Gray was game 11.
85.
It is a 3-game break he will have before towing the hockey in game 15. And the last few games have been quite slow.
60.
He'll have been off the hockey for about an hour and 10 minutes.
And there's no guarantee that this doesn't go the full 7 legs either. If anything, it feels like the type of game that probably will see the full quotation of legs.
Well, the good thing for the players is
56.
the practice room is a lot cooler than the stage environment. And you might say somewhat impetuously, well, why don't you make the
57.
stage the same conditions? It's very different. The practice room does not require this amount of light. Any darting stage is hot.
Well, our good friend and former commentary colleague Tony O'Shea used to say at Lakeside. Now, when he was playing, that tournament was in the middle of January. And he would say that it'd be the hottest stage you're playing all year just because of the
81.
lights and the cameras and everything that's needed to bring the production, the television element of the tournament to life.
Well, strangely, it's nowhere near as bad as it used to be. And Kevin understands
137.
this. He used to play on PDC stages and BDO stages when the lights were hotter. And they used to play in satin shirts. Shirts that shouldn't have even been allowed. They were so thick and so shiny.
44.
They looked like they'd been made out of
Johnny Maguire,
Liberace's
80.
pyjamas.
Yeah, because the bulbs, wasn't it, more than anything else. There's O'Shea. Oh, how did he find a way through that?
40.
Well, that was a rather precarious road he was treading there. Luckily, he's got a bit of time on his side.
Not much time.
100.
So this double top
Johnny Maguire, 40.
to put O'Shea 3-2 to the good.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
One up,
John O'Shea.
one in, as they say down the local.
6th leg is Kevin to throw
3-2
first.
to the Joker.
Game on. $79.
Fair to say that if John makes it to Saturday night, if he goes all the way, he won't care that there's a really important World Cup match post trophy lift on Saturday. But imagine if Kevin were to make it.
95.
He would care.
Let's just say there's no way he would be missing that particular contest.
And the trophy for worst joke of the week goes to Henry.
Ah, so that is the
60.
46th consecutive week I've won that.
Stop being proud of it. One thing that is really
43.
nice to see is that Kevin's action has been a lot smoother in this game. He hasn't stopped and gone through his process as much.
100.
I know he hasn't played very well because he would classify this as poor. But from an action perspective, it's a lot better.
140. $80. Kevin, you require 144.
So 144 to take us all the way to a last leg decider. Six from this point to win leg 6. And he's going to need the 6.
Have you noticed when he brings the dart to address that if he's not happy, he has the same reaction every time? He knows. If it doesn't feel right,
58.
he doesn't want to do it.
$80. Kevin, you require 86.
Doesn't have to chase the bullseye if the first dart was a single 18, but two had a double
Game
16
shot on
and
the
clean
sixth
as a
leg,
whistle.
Kevin Painter.
We head the distance.
7th and deciding
good
leg is
has his
John
doubling
to throw
been?
first.
We've
Game
been here
on.
before. Earlier in the day, he was 3 out of 3.
58.
But nobody's had a perfect doubling display today. It's been a bit scruffy on the outer ring. At this level, you've really got to be taking out, I'd say, 4 out of 11 to feel like you're competent. It's easy to say 4 out of 12 because that's 33%, but the average here at the Modus Super Series is a little bit between 4 out of 12 and 4 out of 11. So to be on the right side of it, 4 out of 10 or 11 is where you want to be.
Mind, one more game still to go after this one. Devon Peterson taking on James Marcroft.
97.
Yeah, sensible play from Kevin. You go to the 17 switch there. It means that your next visit you can focus up top. Or, if you're low on dart 1, you can then go for the 2 treble visit in the 19s to leave the finish. And he's going to stay upstairs.
60.
Permission to be honest?
Granted.
Sometimes I don't know why I bother. Honestly.
140.
Trying to educate our Pluto TV audience as to what to do, and then a professional player of 30 years goes and does the opposite.
100.
You're making me look like a fool, Kev.
40.
3
Kevin,
points between them in the entire
144.
game. Who prevails? Well, there's the 14, so he's on 130 now. He would love to get the treble 20 because that would leave him on 2 singles to double. And the chance to get 2 darts for the match if O'Shea does not plug the 147.
$34. John, you require 147.
So 147 here to get this wrapped up. Into the 23rd minute of this contest. It should be the minute where we find the winner.
82. Kevin, you require 110.
If he doesn't take this, he's going to be very disappointed. You know what's going to happen next, don't you? John's going to hit the bull.
69. John, you require 65.
Probably glad he didn't, because now he's got more options. 48 for the match to end on 8 points.
33.
Well, O'Shea has missed a match start. Kevin
Kevin, you
Painter's going to
require
come back for a
41.
couple more. He's not missed a dart at a double in this game. 3 from 3 on the outer ring. Is it going to be a perfect doubling display? Double 16 to bookend the session with victories. Double 8 is there for Kev.
And the match.
He
Kevin
started
Painter.
with a win and he's going to end with a win, is the artist. And it keeps John O'Shea on 6 points. That's the turn of the tape. Peterson Marcroft ends the day's action. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Final game of this afternoon / this evening's play is about to get underway as Devon Peterson takes on James Marcroft. And in a couple of hours' time, we're going to be back to do it all over again in Group B. 10 o'clock, we get going here on Pluto TV, where the former champion, Scott Taylor, one of 5 players in the mix. But how is this afternoon going to conclude as Marcroft and Peterson go head-to-head? Now, if Devon Peterson wins this game, he would have completed the card for the day. 5 wins out of 5, 10 points the total, and he'd have a guaranteed 4-point lead at the top of the table. And importantly, a 6-point buffer between himself and third place.
100.
Going into Friday's actions in Group C. It's almost as if time's going backwards.
140.
I hate to bring up this point again, but we mentioned practice, and it doesn't make perfect. It makes better.
140.
Well, today has been better for Devon. We have not had many averages over 90.
96.
We've had a couple, and they've come from these 2 players. So, do we expect this to be the best game of the day?
140.
Maybe. But the trend for Devon has been base level,
60.
a little bit better,
121.
better again, and then back to some sort of mean average for the day in the mid-80s.
81.
But the main thing to take from today, before we know this result, is that Devon has played better throughout the course of Thursday than at any day this week.
140. Devon, you require 40.
Well, tops left after 12 here for Peterson to get himself up and
Game
running.
shot on the first
13
leg,
darter
Devon
gets
Peterson.
the car
Second leg is
started
James
for
Toe
Dev.
first. Game on.
It is complex,
99.
isn't it? We're talking about a player that earlier this week struggled to get a victory. If you weren't tuning in earlier in the week, Devon finished bottom. 2 wins from 15 games. He's already doubled his win tally for the week in what he's done today. I
85.
don't know what happened last night. I don't know what he's done this morning, but it's worked. Oh, look at that from Marcroft.
99.
Spirited is the understatement of the century right there.
$96.
Well, these 2 are definitely getting along with it. Probably the 2 fastest players of the group.
100.
Yeah, I think that's a fair summation.
Go for the bull, Devon. Don't go for the 60.
60. James, you
The
require
bull's open to leave
107.
170, and yet you go for a double covered target.
Double 16. Clips on the inside, has got
91.
time. What do you give for 140? And that first dart was set up perfectly to find a couple of trebles.
100.
Half the score.
James, you require 16.
So there's a 1 apiece.
James shot on the second leg.
And
James Marcroft.
parity it is
Third leg is Devon to
in
throw
this
first.
final contest of the afternoon session.
If Marcroft can win this game and upset the odds,
100.
he'll be sitting on 6 points with John O'Shea, just 2 behind Peterson, and they will play the first game tomorrow.
99.
Things will be very interesting indeed for everybody if Marcroft wins this match. If he wins, he really does drag Hibma back into it.
36.
He drags Painter back into it. And even though Adrian Gray is going to finish bottom on 2 points today, he's not out of it.
140.
And he's just beginning to put his foot to the floor a little bit. In fact, Devon's playing so far as well here as he has done at any other point today. But Markroft is
41.
finding a level in which nobody has been able to ascertain in this session.
57.
That's 4-3 to John O'Shea in his previous game, did James. Then prior to that, putting his best performance of the session and that 4-1 success against
96.
Kev Painter, where he averaged just underneath the 92 mark, 4 from 7 on the doubles.
If you don't get the treble 20 here, 19s is the play. What are you doing?
78.
Fair
James,
enough.
you
If you get the 20 and go to the
145.
18s. But there is such a thing as treble 20 greed.
59.
You've got to think about it. Plan B as well. I'll come back to this in a second. I know that some players are making me look like a fool today when it comes to tactics.
60.
But I really do mean what I say.
Require 86.
Single for the bull. Bull it is. Not there. But Peterson himself,
43.
mate,
Devon, you require 90.
will have a solitary dart at that middle target in a couple of seconds.
That's where you stay.
49.
Bullseye
James,
shooting
you
today has
require
been poor.
43.
My word, that is missed by a mile. So much so, I wasn't even sure he was going for an 11.
31. Devon, you require 41.
But conditions are tough.
Double 16.
Nine.
Kisses the wire, but kisses it the wrong
James, you require
side. And
12.
so Markroft here looking at double 6 to get his nose in front for the first time. Trailed 1-0. That was in and out.
No
Oh,
score.
how the sands of time can very quickly
Devon,
change.
you
Well,
require 32.
I don't know if it was in. It looked close. That is most definitely not in.
23.
Why have you done that then?
James, you require 12.
That was idiotic, Devon. You know better than that.
No score.
But this is a litany of errors.
Devon, you require 9.
This is what some might call an oh my.
No score.
This really is becoming an omni-shambles.
James, you require 12.
This is a you've been framed leg.
Yeah, but the leg has
Shot on
been
the
won.
third leg,
It is
James
2-1
Markroft.
Markroft in 30 darts.
Fourth leg is James to throw first.
Yeah, that one was vertical. It looked
Game
like
on.
it was about to pierce the sizel, but it had nowhere near enough momentum. Yeah, 29 darts for the first 2 legs and 30 for the
80.
third. Go figure. Now, I've been waiting to say this. 228 points left. Bare minimum is 58 to leave 170, right? If you get a single 20,
41.
think about this logically. You get 1 treble, what are you going to leave?
26.
If you get 94, you leave 134. That's not preferable, is it? If you go to 19s on dart 2 and you score 96 with a treble and a single, you leave
45.
132, which is way easier than 134. That's my point.
57.
Just got to think about the possibilities, the probabilities. What would Dirk van Dijvenbode do? He'd get it right.
92.
And if you think there's not a difference between elite players and amateur players when it
100.
comes to tactics and probabilities, think again. There is a difference. But there's always a chance to learn.
81.
So Markroft here, 6 and 2 for 8 to open up a 3-1 lead in this contest.
98.
6 off a treble to leave himself on 140 when he comes back.
100. James, you require 140.
$68 left.
92. Devon, you require
And Peterson here
142.
needs an act of escapology to win this leg, you sense. And the 142 is not going to be got.
You get the
41.
feeling with Peterson at the minute,
James, you require
plan A
48.
is route 1, plan B is route 1. That is a very good
Angel
dart.
on the
And
fourth
a
leg,
3-1
James
lead,
Marcroft.
you'd have to say it is pretty fair.
It's Devon to throw first. Game on.
The game's not great based on the averages, but the person with the higher average is winning. The person who's had the more darts at double is winning.
100. $100.
15 darter probably gets it done here.
Well, just quickly, because we're probably not going to have too much time to reflect on it after the game. Just your thoughts and assessment of this afternoon session overall.
140.
Difficult conditions. Obviously, the players have felt it more than anybody.
41.
But I am pleasantly surprised at the turnaround from Peterson. Disappointed for Adrian Gray. It really hasn't worked out for him today.
49.
But if Marcroft gets this result, he welcomes everybody back into the fold.
60.
I think tomorrow is all about the attitude of the players before they come in. Because it's still going to be warm. It's still going to be awkward. If you don't make peace with it,
85.
you're not going to make it.
Will they be wiser, though, for having today to acclimatise?
In my eyes, absolutely.
140. Devon, you require 127.
Well, this to extend and prolong this contest. The 127 to save the game, not to be for Peterson. And so Marcroft here, looking at 160. It'd be some way to wrap it up and to keep himself in touch. $88 left. Well, he's going to come back for a double
James, you
if this
require
160 isn't got.
160.
If Marcroft couldn't find the marbles in this game with a absolute
31.
ripper of a
Devon, you
finish.
require 28.
Yeah, that's pretty good as well. He's
James
still
on
in
the
this.
fifth
He can
leg,
still
Devon
get 10
Peterson.
points.
Sixth leg is
But
James.
two
to
more
throw
legs are
first.
needed.
Game on.
Funny enough, he needed 15 darts to get that leg one, the game done, James Marcroft. But he has an opportunity here on throw to
140.
cross the whitewash, to cross the finishing line.
Well, that single 20 signifies that if Marcroft gets a 12 darter, he wins this match.
45.
It's that simple. Because if you're against the darts, you need a 9 darter if your opponent is going to win in
100.
4 legs.
The Chris Mason analogy.
I meant 4 visits, not 4 legs. It's going to be 6 legs by the
58.
look of it.
Holding 15, breaking 12. That's usually the recipe for success, by and large.
41.
It's not going to be a 12 darter for Marcroft, but it could still be 15. He'd like a 13 darter
60.
because that means this is going to be a maximum.
Shows why, but it shouldn't really
123.
derail him too much from this position onwards. 97 left after 12 and should be able to wrap it up from here.
Hang about.
180.
That is the first
James,
one of
you
the
require
game.
97.
Just to knock him into a bit of semi-panic. If he doesn't get this, he could be in trouble.
Game shot.
But that is
And
some
the
way
match,
to wrap it up.
James
That's some way to
Marcroft.
finish off the afternoon session. Devon Peterson isn't going to go 5 for 5. James Marcroft keeps himself in contention, courtesy of a 4-2 win there against Devon Peterson. So he's going to stay on 8. Marcroft is going to be on 6 overnight, the same total as John O'Shea. And so let's wrap up what we've seen this afternoon. These are the results from the final 6 matches. And a productive day for Devon Peterson. He lost the last one, but he won his first four, including a couple of 4-3 victories. James Marcroft has impressed on debut. 6 points to him. The same can be said for John O'Shea, although he did miss a trick against Kevin Painter in the previous match. He could have joined Devon Peterson on 8 points, but it's mightily tight at the top of the table, and it feels like a table of two halves going into Friday's action. Peterson, Marco and O'Shea look as if they're going to be the main protagonists. Hibner and Painter probably going to have to complete the card tomorrow.
Yeah, I'd say so. I think Adrian will be very happy, and Kevin and Mainter will be very happy about the fact that Peterson has been stopped in that last match, because they still have a chance.
So that is how the Group C table looks. Let's have a bit of a look forward as to what is coming up, because there is plenty coming up on Pluto TV. Because coming up next, we've got Modus Moments with Team Ireland, the former international pairs champions. John O'Shea and Conor Heenahan, of course, picked up the second international pairs title. We'll find out a bit more from them in due course. And then we're going to see the former world champion, Richie Burnett. Incredible to think, 31.5 years since he picked up the title at Old Lakey, and we're going to see him in action tonight from 10. Just a reminder of the earlier start time on Saturday evening, owing to a very small football match, because finals night will get underway from 5:30. The penultimate name in the Champions Week hat will be confirmed there, and we can confirm that we're going to see Ted Evans back. It's been a while since we've seen Super Ted. It's been about a year or so. We're looking forward to seeing him back on the stage. Now, we will have the full lineup on our social media feeds between sessions, so if you want to scroll through that, you can see who is playing next week. But Ted Evans, one of those players. We're going to be back, me and Nico, for Group B tonight from 10, so I hope you could join us for that. From all of us here, take care. We'll see you tonight. Bye-bye for now.
The new Modus Super Series champion. Oh my word!
It's another incredible moment tonight.
Jeff Smith!
It's match down.
5-star performance. Ball for big fish.
It's
Jeff